Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God of all grace and goodness, as the joyful Easter season continues, I offer praise and thanksgiving for the messages of love, hope, joy and mercy being extended to all. Filled with confidence and trust in these messages, I humbly ask for peace in our world, our churches, our communities, our families, and our heart. For healing for those suffering in body, mind, or spirit. For protection for those serving as first responders in our community. For the staff, employees, and their families. For this council as we seek your inspiration and guidance for making wise, thoughtful decisions. Dear Father, Son, and Spirit, you know the needs, the trials, the hopes and desires, the joys of all. So I place them in your hands. And I offer the merits of the work of this evening to your greater glory. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen. Come on. Janice, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Gulick.
Here.
Neese.
Here.
Owen.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Chiriki.
I'm here.
Tidswell.
Here.
Purinton.
Present.
Boyette. Rupsis.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Well, Council, tonight we have a long and substantive agenda. If anybody is in the audience and wants a copy of that agenda, there are copies back on the cart there. Because of that, we'll try to move as expeditiously as possible. Encourage everybody to have concise questions and comments. If we have to put anything off, I'm not sure we have that luxury. And with the possible exception of the final item, I guess we could delay if the evening gets late, but we'll see how we do. Our first item up is our minutes. We have two sets of minutes for approval tonight. First from March 28th. Councilmember Neese had some changes to those that have already been included in the minutes that were distributed. So that is the official draft. So is there a motion relating to March 28th minutes? Councilmember Neese.
I move that we approve the March 28th and April 11th minutes.
Fine. Second, Councilmember Purinton. Is there discussion on any set of minutes? Any discussion? Seeing no changes or other discussion, then all in favor of the motion for approval of both the March 28 and April 11 minutes, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Council courtesies this evening. Do we have any council courtesies? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to say I really appreciate I volunteered with the Purple 5K on Sunday. It was beautiful. Some members of the city staff were also running and walking, which was very fun to see them. And it was a really great turnout. And I hope they continue that great event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to I dropped off a little piece of candy on everyone's desk. That's from the Southside Task Force's annual Easter egg hunt, which was this last Saturday. It's an annual event. My 10-year-old won a bike, as did many kids. So I just want to put on the community's radar that keep a watch for it next year.
We thank the Southside Task Force and the Easter Bunny and you for bringing in our candy. Thank you. Any other council courtesies this evening? Councilmember Chiriki.
Yeah, so on Saturday at the Billings Public Library, there will be an opening for our first community seed library. So essentially, this will be a place for seed exchange. You know, if you have seeds to contribute, you can put them in there, or if you need seeds, you can get them from there. Obviously, you don't have to return the ones that you took. This is being brought to you by a number of different organizations, including the Master Gardeners and the group that I'm affiliated with, the Magic City Coalition of Community Gardens.
Thank you.
Be there Saturday morning at 10 a.m.
Thank you very much. Other council courtesies. Are there any other council courtesies? Don't see any, so we'll proceed. We do have two proclamations this evening. The first one is in recognition of the volunteers and friends of St. Vincent de Paul, and reads as follows. Whereas April is National Volunteer Recognition Month, and whereas volunteers are the backbone of a community's nonprofit sector, helping to produce tangible benefits for underserved groups, and whereas St. Vincent de Paul, along with all social service nonprofits, plays a critical role in alleviating suffering in our city's homelessness, homeless and impoverished population. And whereas the volunteers of St. Vincent de Paul mobilized during the COVID pandemic and have remained active to ensure uninterrupted access to food, clothing, daytime shelter, and recovery programs for those in poverty. And whereas St. Vincent de Paul is celebrating the steadfast work of its volunteers on Saturday, April 30, 2022, now therefore, I, William Cole, do hereby proclaim April 30, 2022 as a time to celebrate the friends and volunteers of St. Vincent de Paul. Next, a proclamation in recognition of Drinking Water Week. Whereas water is our most valuable natural resource, and whereas drinking water serves a vital role in daily life, serving an essential purpose to health, hydration, and hygiene needs for the quality of life that our citizens enjoy. And whereas tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy, and the quality of life that we enjoy. And whereas the hard work performed by the entire water sector, designing capital projects, operators ensuring the safety and quality of drinking water, or a member of a pipe crew maintaining the infrastructure that communities rely on to transport high-quality drinking water from its source to consumers' taps. And whereas the coronavirus pandemic has shown a light on the importance of drinking water for health, hydration, and hygiene needs, and whereas we are all stewards of the water infrastructure upon which current and future generations depend, and whereas the citizens of our city are called upon to help protect our source waters from pollution, practice water conservation, and get involved with their water by familiarizing themselves with it. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim May 1 through May 7th as Drinking Water Week in Billings. Thank you very yes. Besides Councilmember Tricky, was there anybody who wanted to address either of those proclamations, any of the sponsors? I don't see anybody coming forward, so thank you. We'll move on to council reports. Are there any council reports from organizations that members of the council serve on our behalf that they would like to comment on at this time? Don't see any, so city administrator report. Chris Kelsey, do you have anything for us before we go to public comment on non-public hearing items?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I'll work through these diligently. You just said we've got a big agenda, but I do have a handful of things here to cover quickly. First up, consent item 1B. I'm sure you all notice a very significant investment, one we talked about at a work session, probably 4 to 6 weeks ago. Derek Eager is here tonight if we do have any questions, but wanted to thank him for his work and Chief Valdez as this is a very, very critical investment so that all of our emergency service providers here locally can talk to each other efficiently. Also, I want to let you know that we have made a formal request through Senator Tester's office. He has a portal to do that for assistance. So you see all the funding is in place, but if we do get federal funding, that'll be a positive thing, and that'll allow us to use some of the funds that were planned here to be used elsewhere. So that's on consent. I just wanted to highlight that for you. Second, regular agenda item number 6A, that's the resolution for annexation 2201. We've got a couple of tweaks to the resolution, and we can cover those when we get to it, but I'm just going to highlight it right now. We're moving terminology, one of you picked up on this, from development agreement to annexation agreement anytime we are talking about an annexation. And the bottom line is we have more authority relative to annexation than development. So it just kind of strengthens that. But we did use the term development agreement in the resolution. So we'll get that development swapped out for annexation. And then also on line 3, we would like to stipulate specific infrastructure improvements among other provisions. We'd like to add that phrase to it. Next up is regular agenda item number 4. The title of the ordinance concerning zone code housekeepings will read, we wanted to clarify there at the end that in addition to what's stated, we also have a few clarifications. So it's not, there is more than just, we are, in addition to, so let me just read it. In addition to providing regulations and sections as listed, amended to correct errors, cross-reference, omissions, and to amend. We wanted to be clear that not everything in this ordinance is housekeeping. There were a couple of policy tweaks, most notably removing the second public hearing, and there was another amendment in there as well. Almost done here, and these are reminders for you as well as the public. So the month of May begins our departmental budget presentations to you and to the community. That's work that's been going on since shortly after the new year. But a week from tonight, so May 2nd and 3rd, we'll be in this room spending a good 3-4 hours each night on budget, as well the 2 weeks later, May 16 and 17. And so keep looking. We deliberately put in the weekly report last year specifically which components of the budget we'll be tackling which nights, so that hopefully when you get your budget later this week, you feel like you've got to get through the whole thing in the first weekend. You can focus on what's coming up immediately. You'll also find in this week's weekly the presentations for the upcoming budget discussions for this next week. So keep your eye out that. And then last but not least, there are no ex parte communication that came in after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Happy to answer any questions, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris concerning those things he just mentioned? A lot of them we'll get to later. So, okay, thank you. We'll proceed then to public comment on non-public hearing items. So for anyone in our audience this evening, this is, we have 8 items with various subparts on our agenda tonight. About half of those have a public hearing associated with them. So that means that if you came to comment on one of those things that has a public hearing, you need to wait until that item comes up and we open that public hearing. However, if you're here to comment on something that doesn't have a public hearing later, now is the time to comment. Those items are item 1, which is our consent agenda with all of the subparts. Item 6B, the Shiloh Farm Annexation Agreement, which we're not going to prevent you from commenting on that later because there are public hearings on the annexation and the zoning. But if you would like to comment on something specific to the annexation agreement, item 6B, you're welcome to do so at this time. Item 7, the South Billings Urban Area Tax Increment Finance Grant for the Logistics Center on South Frontage Road west or east of Washington Street. And then also the committee appointments for council members, item 8. If you'd like to comment on any of those items, please come forward at this time, make a little line at the back so we can move right through these. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. Is there anybody who would like to comment at this time on items 1, 6B, 7, or 8? Any public comment on those 4 items? I'm sorry, Councilmember Neese? Do we have anybody online? Kevin? No. Okay, very good. Seeing nobody come forward, we'll close the public comment period on non-public hearing items and move to our consent agenda. First, Council, do we have any separations for a separate vote? Councilmember Purington.
I'd like to recuse myself from 1G.
Item 1G, bond resolution for the sale of pool sidewalk bonds. And can you, pursuant to our rules, just give us a quick...
For investment purposes.
Okay, because you might be interested in purchasing those, your family, okay? And any other separations or abstentions? Any others? Councilmember Neese?
I move to approve the items of the consent agenda as submitted with the exception of the items removed 1G by Councilwoman Purington.
Thank you very much. Second, Councilmember Gulick. Discussion now. Is there any discussion on the non-separated items Councilmember Neese.
On the 1B, the Motorola, do we have an account of how much of the ARPA funds are left and how much of, as far as being spent, you know, what has been spent? You know, obviously this is a line share of the spending for the ARPA funds, but do we know how much is left over and then what it's been spent on?
So Mayor and Councilmember Neese, first of all, absolutely, we have an accounting for it. I can't tell you exactly what it is at the moment, but I'm very confident Andy could give you to the penny where we're at, and then recall most, we've got ARPA and CARES, so we'd be happy to report, and in the budget, you're absolutely going to see in a fair amount of detail, well, in a lot of detail, where ARPA as well as CARES, where the recommendations for those investments are, and you appropriately point out, this is a significant investment in the 911 radio system for emergency services. Several $1 million of the funds are going towards this project.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. If we can maybe get an update on that from Andy, that would be helpful to kind of see what we have left of those funds.
Happy to.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Any other discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Seeing none, we will vote. The motion is for approval of the non-separated items. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 1G. Councilmember Gulick.
I move that we approve item 1G. Yes.
Second by Councilmember Neese. Discussion. Is there any discussion on item 1G before we proceed to a vote? Seeing none, if in favor of the motion, which is for approval, item 1G, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 1G, brings us to item 2. Denise, would you read item 2 of our regular agenda?
Public hearing and approval of fiscal year 2022 through 2023 Annual Action Plan and Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Home Investment Partnerships, Home Budget Allocations. Community Development CD Board recommends approval, and action this evening is approval or disapproval of the CD Board recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter is Brenda Beckett, our Community Development Manager. Chris, anything in the way of intro before I just ask Brenda to take it away?
No, we're going to turn right over to Brenda. Hopefully over the last few weeks you've had a chance to look at the materials she's provided us, and I'll turn it over to her. Unless...
The remote? No, I didn't know if we had the remote, or should I just...
Oh, yeah, we should have remote for... oh.
I can just...
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, just before you start, we do have a recusal from one of the council members.
Mayor, Council, I need to recuse myself from this item. One of my clients, Alternatives Incorporated, is eligible for a grant under this item, and so I need to recuse myself from the entire discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brenda.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I am pleased to bring you the Community Development Board recommendations for this evening. Just this one? Eh? No?
Oh, you know what? He's always finicky.
Clickety, clickety. Well. Huzzah. Eh? No. If you just want to forward it one. Okay. Right. So I prepared a slide for another presentation, but I thought I would also show it to you folks because it illustrates the city council and their relationship with the city administrator and my supervisor wife, Friday. I've been at the city now for 19 years, and I have amazing staff members. Carly Collins runs the AmeriCorps Vista program, and she is going to be working on the Home ARP program, which is it's not coronavirus response, it is It's not CARES, it's American Recovery Plan, yes, ARP. So many acronyms with all the funding sources. Tam Rodier is managing the Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funding. She also manages the foreclosure program, and she supervises VISTA members, and she also manages the home repair program, although it's on hold presently. Dina Harmon has been with the Community Development for 15 years. She runs home buyer program and affordable housing development, and we have a vacant grants technician position. And our Community Development Board, the predominant number of Community Development Board members is actually representatives of low-income neighborhoods, which is required by HUD to gather opinions and evaluations and kind of the beat of the community, in addition to helping us stay accountable for performance and trending conditions. So they actually help us with our plans and our reports and programs and activities, and also they participate in all of our audits. We also have 3 at-large members. Right. So our consolidated plan was completed in 2020, and the con plan findings were housing cost burden, limited housing choice and availability, low minority ownership, and poverty. This is all outside of the additional coronavirus funding, and they had us establish one other priority, which was, of course, coronavirus response. So our goals were created, and then that led to the development of our core programs, which is home buyer, affordable housing development, foreclosure, acquisition rehab, and then the Billings Metro Vista project as a poverty impact initiative. All right. So this process for the annual action plan actually began last September when we had a public hearing on community needs. Our applications for funding were available in December. We provided technical assistance through January. Applications were due at the end of January. Our Boyd, oh gosh, that says community developments. Oh, I guess I didn't get this slide changed, my apologies, but we had application site visits. The board met on April 5th, and they made their recommendations for city council, and the public hearing and action is planned for this evening. Let's see, so we've been, the city's been receiving community development block grants since the 1970s and home investment partnerships program since the 1990s. HUD has not given us our allocation for funding, but my guess is that on the CDBG side, we're going to get less funding. And on the home side, we might get a little bit more. We're within 5 or 6% of what we had last year. The programs that have been funded in the past with CDBG have been home buyer repair, foreclosure, AmeriCorps Vista. And home can only pay for 3 things, housing, housing, and housing. So a low-income household's limit for income is $64,000 for a family of 4. So you can kind of see what has happened with the CDBG and home funding trend overall. We had a bit of a bump in 2018, 2019 when we had some another kind of stimulus program. It was a weatherization program, and then other kinds of special initiatives just in recent years too. So that is our funding history. So I wanted to go over what you can pay for with CDBG and home. There are 20% and 10% caps on respectively on both of those programs. For CDBG, you can do housing and neighborhood programs. You can do home repair, home buyer, and infrastructure. So when we had this, amazing discussion today and yesterday on affordable housing development on the CDBG side, home repair, what they call housing rehabilitation, can occur on that end, and infrastructure on the CDBG side. But on home, you can do development, like new construction for home program. And so CDBG can support affordable housing development, but it cannot fund the construction of new housing units. 15% or more of the home allocation must be allocated to a community housing development organization. And presently we have $52,000 from last year for that fund, and we will also dedicate 15% of next year's, this upcoming fiscal year's funding for that same program. And we can allocate additional funding. That's just the program minimum. So the recommendations, as you have in your packet, so 20% admin for a CDBG and 10% for home. The Vista program at $65,000 leverages almost $530,000. And then foreclosure, we hear that there are several, that there's going to be lots of foreclosures coming onto the market in spring and summer from our realtor friends. And we've already seen lots of properties show up in Richmond County, some in Helena and some in Great Falls. And then we also like to fund the homebuyer program. There was a question about home buyers, how many home buyers we had. Last year, we went up to 60. We usually close about 60 home loans per year. This year, we've closed only 18 so far, but there are 31 that are pending. And that probably will roll into next fiscal year with next fiscal year's funding. The Chodo minimum at $45,000, and then affordable housing development, just slotting it in there for the remaining funding. So we do a close and shovel ready basis, which I think that got passed on through Wyeth today. And so it really doesn't, where we initially have the funding, we give it our best guess of where the funding will be allocated. But let's say foreclosures pick up, then that might, then the city might purchase new properties in order to redevelop them and sell them for home buyers, which would be a great boon right now for new first-time home buyers. Although I did look at the Realtors website today, and there was 160 units for sale, which it's been like 80 units for the past several months. So there's 160 properties for sale today. So I was like, oh gosh, are we coming out of this kind of, it's surprising that we've even closed any properties, this year. So it's a pretty unique situation. All the planets have to be in alignment for us to get those properties sold now. We could get an affordable housing development application anytime, which is something that happens every once in a while. But in order to develop affordable housing, we have to have a developer that is willing to do it. That is a pretty hard thing to come by these days. And so whenever we're looking at these programs, it's close and shovel ready. Let's say a very good example is housing, HAB Development, which is actually a subsidiary of our Housing Authority Billings or Homefront. They put in an application, and within a couple of months, we had it allocated through City Council. So it's a very quick process for us. Our CD board sometimes doesn't like how fast that goes, but we do that for every single application that is received. So it is it's more difficult for us to manage funding if funding is restricted to an activity and nothing happens in that program, because then we're in jeopardy for timeliness expenditures and then recapture from HUD. HUD can actually come back and say, you've been sitting on this money for 18 months, just depending on what timeliness deadline we're looking at for CDBG or home, and they can actually lower our allocations in future years or just take funding. So that's a big concern for us. So we're trying to move funding forward all of the time. All right. So in affordable housing development, our affordable housing development program is open all the time. The city is a bank. We actually finance projects. We don't own or manage rental properties. Housing organizations apply to the city, and developers are in short supply at present. We have worked with and continually work with Homefront, NeighborWorks Montana, and Homeward. Homeward and NeighborWorks Montana are community housing development organizations, and they are certified every year. And they have developer capacity certifications from our staff every year. And that is where the home funding for Chodos would be allocated to those organizations. So housing development cycle is 4 years from confirmed concept to lease up or sale. And we're a very, very small part of that funding project, and we're the last stop for funding for any developer. We are required to finance gap funding. So at the very end, if there's $500,000 that hasn't been raised by that organization, then they can apply through the city to get that gap funding. So most of the projects have a lien securing the city's investment that also holds them to the program requirements. It gives the city a bit of weight. And infrastructure projects are typically grants because they're city street investments. All right. So if you look at, we do have our Affordable Housing Development Program application and a guidebook online. If you're interested, the website is up there. But on the CDBG side, we can Developers can purchase vacant land. Rehabilitation is just, like remodeling, home repair remodeling with safety systems first. We can provide funding for infrastructure in residential neighborhoods if it supports affordable housing. And we can do demolition activities and reconstruction. So, for example, the Stefanich property in the Heights, it's a 930 Stefanich, is a piece of vacant land. We can use CDBG funding or allocate CDBG funding for a reconstruction project to put the same type of home, same number of bedrooms, same square footage on that property, or we can develop something that is different from that if we use house or home funding. So home has timelines everywhere. So as soon as you acquire land and home, you have to be able to demonstrate that you are going to start construction, breaking ground within 12 months. Otherwise, you have to repay HUD that funding out of non-federal funding. So there's home is also different. It can also provide project development costs. So architecture, engineering, those kinds of costs are covered by home. And demolition, again, has a 12-month start date. You have to start reconstructing that property or a new affordable housing development within 12 months. So I started working for the city in 2003, and the records prior to that time are harder for me to locate, but since 2002, the city has contributed to the development of almost 480 units, and through CDBG and home through those different kinds of funding mechanisms. All right, and this is just an example. Kings Green, 49 single family units were, guess fine. The arcade building was actually a redevelopment project for us, and then Family Promise Day Center is actually in that unit. I think they developed 2 apartment units upstairs, right? There's 2, yeah, okay, good. I thought there were, so. We've also contributed Southern Lights funding. You can see city home dollars was $500,000 there. It took $5 million to roll out that project for Homeward, and the city's contribution was $500,000. So you can see we're a tiny, tiny bit of the overall funding project. The Acme Hotel, the city's contribution was 5% of the overall cost of those properties, or those apartments. And then Pheasant Home, city home funding was used to develop those properties, was 16% of the overall investment. And the most recent project that you have funded that's actually still moving forward, we're rolling out the completion of CNC Community, and we redid the streets there, curb gutter, sidewalk, drainage, fire hydrants for 60 units there. So I want to thank City Council for their support of our department. City Council allocates through the general fund $60,000. Once our funding kind of fell to the floor, we didn't have enough in our administrative caps to pay additional for rent. And cash to support housing programs is almost $500,000. 2 allocations, and the outcome of that of 42 additional households have been assisted with home ownership and repairs since that time. And that funding is a revolving loan fund. So anything that was dedicated initially just keeps coming back to the city. I think that's it. Do I have questions?
Thank you very much, Brenda. Can you tell us what exactly it is that is before us this evening?
The annual action plan and recommendations. It's kind of in the middle of the slides this time because there was so much discussion on affordable housing development. So I'm going to say this allocations for, we also have we also have some coronavirus impact projects with the school, alternatives, and Boys and Girls Club for remodeling.
So you're looking for a motion for approval of the plan that was in our packet, and all the recommendations are included in that plan?
Yes.
Okay. All right, questions for Brenda. Councilmember Purington.
Well, Brenda, I am always so overwhelmed by all the information that we get. It's very hard for me to get through it. And I don't know if I'm the only one that has a hard time absorbing, digesting all of that. And so for me to get the drift of the difference between CBDG or that CHODO, whatever you call it, and home and all of those, because I guess my first question is, they work together. Is that true?
They can. But typically, it's very difficult to pull off like an affordable housing development project together. We can fund home repair through CDBG. We can also do home buyer with CDBG or home. Each of those would take a separate agreement, but we can't do both in the same project. So they both promote affordable housing development and redevelopment, neighborhood redevelopment, as per our consolidated plan goals. But they don't do exactly the same thing, so.
So can I continue?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So whenever you talk about affordable housing, you're talking about that niche of making less than $64,000 for a family of four.
Yes.
So what is it for a family of, say, two, or for an individual? Do you have those breakdowns also for affordable housing?
I do. I can send you a link to the HUD Income Limits. They are also, I believe, in our annual action plan.
So those are all set by HUD. Most of what you're giving us are predetermined by HUD.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we're using their federal dollars.
Correct.
Okay. That's
Okay,
all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I'm reminded, or by myself, that worked well when we kind of did the rotation, and that way we make sure everybody has an opportunity to ask questions, and so why don't we try that again this evening? Our first time we did that, we started with Council, Ward 1, so we won't do that this time. We'll start with Ward 2, and we'll go this way.
We didn't even get to Ward 5 last time, I don't think, to start.
Was that the conclusion?
You just started at 4, so you may as well.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll start with Council Member Boyette, Repsis, anything from?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay, Councilmember Tidswell.
I'm new, obviously. Help me understand, what is your focus, or what is your interest in foreclosures in a real estate market like we have today?
Oh, it's a very, very specific interest. So the city has an opportunity to purchase HUD foreclosed properties, typically first, although they've been doing what they call a dollar program. So a firefighter, or I think it's called First Home or Dollar Program, but a firefighter or a teacher may be able to access those foreclosed homes first before the city would have an opportunity. But typically, we purchase very, very dilapidated properties. Even one of them had to be demolished because it was wet, 8 feet up the walls. But we rehabilitate those, and then we put them through our first-time homebuyer program for one of those waiting families to, we just make the announcement and see if anybody wants to check out the property and purchase the property. So I think we've done 13 or 14 of those homes since about 2009. So we'll just do 1 or 2 of those properties per year. We're not a big producer there, but the neighborhood impact is actually what is the most surprising thing for us.
And we,
Please.
we do that better than the private sector.
I would say that that we will take care of PCE contamination, radon, lead, asbestos, and we ensure that home ownership has taken place, rather than a property being purchased as like an investment property in the private sector and then being rented with some of those environmental issues still intact.
What's our profit margin look like on those?
Nothing. The city of Billings is prohibited from making a profit on that program, and typically it costs us quite a bit more to develop the properties to our standards, because we just want this property to be great for this family for the next 20 years. And the households that we serve are actually only paying 30% of their total household income on housing costs whenever we close those loans, and we put a silent second mortgage on the property for the balance of the mortgage that they can't initially finance. So the project it pays us back over time, and we have received a few of those repayments over time, and they're very large payments. Sometimes there's $60,000 or $70,000 that comes in on one house, and which is immediately brought back into the programs that we manage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyette? Yeah. Councilmember Ripsis? Councilmember Shaw? Gillick?
Yeah, I'll pass. Thanks.
Nice?
Thank you, Mayor. It would be helpful, I think, I share the I think the misunderstanding of what you're asking here for, kind of like the mayor said, what are you asking for? You had a lot of teaching today, which I think would be more appropriate towards a work session. I would really welcome us to look at these things in a work session so we can have a little more discussion on it and the nights that we're supposed to decide it. But if I understand correctly, from your request tonight is approval of $1.3 million in funding and how it's kind of broken up through these different categories.
Yes.
Okay. And so one of the things that I saw in there, and I've heard often as we start looking at housing and workforce housing, affordable housing, there's always a different definition of what it means to individuals. And I think that the downtown area in fact, I recently ran across their study, and they're short of housing. They're supposed to be increasing housing downtown, and it's not doing that. And what impact are you helping of any of these funds here that we can approve tonight? Where will this be to help housing for affordable workforce, single family or singles, people to live downtown and work downtown? Is there anything in this that you do and you work with others to help the downtown housing market?
The Acme Hotel is actually a project that we funded that is downtown. So another developer could apply through the Affordable Housing Development Program for any funding that we have available that's currently available, or any of the income and revenue that we receive through loan repayments like first-time home buyer rehab, which is what we did with the Housing Authority of Billings when they also applied for funding for the Western Hotel. That was $450,000. We just stripped every piece of funding that we had available to get that ready to go.
Okay, so this funding that we're approving tonight, there's no projects in mind for downtown, or is there?
There is not anything slated because we need a developer to commit funding and resources to begin that process. It's a 4-year cycle.
Okay, and one more question I have. If we approve the funding in these categories tonight, can we move them from one category to another category before the next approval cycle? Do you have that discussion, or can we as the council say, suddenly you say you find a developer and he needs more money and you don't have it in one of these categories, can you come back to us and change that category so that we can move the money there and help get housing downtown?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we start with this initial budget, and close and shovel ready means that the city staff can request reallocations through the budget amendment process. Let's say first-time homebuyer just takes off, and there's another 1,000 listings next month, and that program really gets going, and we don't have any affordable housing dollars or applications sitting there. Then we can fund those projects that are quickly ready to go. If the city council can allocate any amount that they need, if they restrict the funding to a specific program or a specific account without having a project ready to go, we are at risk of losing that funding because I can't move it out. Any affordable housing development application, though, that comes through the Community Development Board or through city staff actually comes here for funding allocation in a very specific way. So you actually will see each of those when they come through. And then you'll see where we took money from what program in order to make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Brown?
My question is for Wyeth, if you don't mind. So Wyeth, you sent out an email to all of us today, I thought with some interesting data to help contextualize sort of what's in development in private sector in the pipeline, and that was great. But then you also said in that email, I'm going to do a little preamble before I get to the question. Sorry about that. You also said in that email that you were really excited to see those of us on council who want to talk more about affordable housing development, that's a great conversation and a conversation that staff supports. But the presentation tonight seems to be along the trend of, we really support this conversation, just please don't change the way we do business. And I'm a little frustrated by that. So I'm hoping from a leadership perspective, you can help me understand. If there are members here tonight who want to say, you know what, let's shift the budget. So the budget sends a clear signal to the community that we want to prioritize affordable housing development. if that doesn't manifest, if people don't come to the table, if there's not a project, don't you have the same ability to put it back into foreclosure or home as you would to do it the other way around, which is what you're proposing tonight? Why can't we be bold first and then back into the ordinary way of doing business later if we need to be?
Councilmember Owen and Mayor and Council, I think the main concern, and again, and Brenda provided a lot of that detail to you today through me, so I don't want to make you think that I put all that together. She's helped and we coordinated on that. But I think the main challenge there is, as Brenda has already said, is the timing of making sure we're meeting our timeliness deadlines to expend funds and move funds through the program. So if you put all the money into the affordable housing development account and there's no project and it's sitting there and then we're not doing first time home buyer, we're not doing neighborhood stabilization, then no money is moving until someone comes with a project. And if they don't, then we start to run in, we have a serious conflict there, whereas if you have it distributed, you can be waiting and a project can be coming, you can be doing some of those other programs that people are applying for on a regular basis, and then if we were to get a project like Brenda described, then we'd be able to take a look at that and make adjustments based on whatever that application was. So that's kind of the concern with putting it all into one account and then not having something happen right away. And that's been a challenge. I mean, I get it's really challenging because we have developments in the community and we've talked to several of them over the last year or two and explained to them how to do this program and to apply, and they haven't applied. And I think our conversations, and we did have the housing, the off the street shelter project that did come through and apply, and so that one went through. But I think one of our challenges there is not only, as Brenda said, the developers that are in short supply to do this type of development, but it's also the requirements that you have to follow when you get the funding. You can't, and so that's a challenge, and we don't wish it to be that way, but that's what they run into. And so I think some of our programs or projects come in and they see what all that requires and how long we're going to be involved in their project, and they decide that they're going to look elsewhere. But I guess back to your question, yeah, the main thing is here that I think having the ability to continue with programs that are going on right now, we are getting applications right now, and then having some funding in the affordable housing development category works. And then if something large comes through or a project comes through, then we can make those shifts from those other programs.
Mayor, can I follow up, please?
Go ahead.
So I hear what you're saying, but I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. What I'm suggesting is it's a very different position for the city to go out and say, we are looking for partners to do something that is impactful. And what we bring is potentially $1 million and maybe some other things. Versus saying, we have $290,000 available and maybe we can get some other money if we haven't spent it first and if you have a good idea. It's just a different posture. So if we want to move things, I think we have to be open to seeing things in a different way. But you're absolutely right. I mean, after 3 months, 6 months, you could say, you know what, this isn't going anywhere. So for this year, we're going to pivot back to foreclosures and first-time home buyers. And I still don't think you'd end up unable to expend those monies. Am I missing something?
I have to defer to Brenda on the exact timing of where we would run into that. I think the other thing that we could also look at further, although we do a lot of messaging to let the community know that this funding is there and that they can apply and that they can apply for whatever their project is, regardless of whether, if the budget says 290, like in the case of the off the streets, it ended up at over 400,000. So I think the messaging and the trying to get that word out, if the community or the council is saying, yeah, we really want to see if there's projects out there. I mean, there's ways to bolster that message for sure. Although we've done a fair amount of that and we continue to see the same, not non-response, I guess, in some of those areas. But there's nothing wrong with pursuing that further. I get what you're saying. You want that message to be, hey, we want to encourage and support these projects. If they're out there, we want you to come and talk to us. And we can certainly look at some strategies as well to support that better. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joy?
No question.
Okay, I guess my question is just, I'm trying to understand the numbers. There was about $300,000, I guess for Brenda, really, about $300,000 of home dollars. If I understand it right, that's the only thing that can be put toward new building construction or a loan for new building construction. about 650 from the CDBG, which is restricted to more of this rehab world, if I've got that right. But I heard Councilmember Owen say something about $1 million, so she's putting those two together. If the goal is new building construction, do we have roughly $300,000 theoretically to work with, or potentially about $1 million to work with?
It just depends on what the project requires. So if it's a project that comes in for new construction of rental units, for example, then that would be the home funding. That new revenue that's come in through the beginning of this year was $365,000 plus another $300,000 that's anticipated for the next fiscal year. So that's $665,000 outside of the $30,000 and $45,000 that we would use for administration and what's required for the CHODO allocation. So there is, $500, almost $600,000 there. And the interesting, one of the things to think about is that we've received so much program income and repayments as people are selling their homes. There are, we've all heard the $100,000 over asking, $150,000 over asking. So that's really hard for some of our existing lien holders to pass up. So we have a lot of additional funding in the home side. So that could go towards new construction affordable housing development. And the same kind of story on the CDBG side, that could go for infrastructure or acquisition of land. Or rehab. Let's say somebody's bought a building or they want to buy a building and they've come up with the other, $5 million that it's going to take for that project. They could apply through affordable housing development and then get rehab funding on the CDBG side. So it just depends on kind of what program. That's why there's a smaller allocation there, because we just don't know exactly what's going to come in. And we would hesitate to put the people that are ready to close on their first home outside of the available funding loop, even if it's for, even if it's for several months. The hot selling season is spring, summer, and that's when a lot of the properties are getting sold. So it just depends on the council's direction relative to those allocations.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Patrici, and then we'll open up for public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the one question I would ask at this point is, obviously the market has changed since the last time we did planning. And given that, is there anything that you think that we should be looking at trying to do differently during this next year in order to use this money more effectively, like downtown, as Councilmember Owen was saying, or anywhere else around the city?
An honest, true statement. Are you ready? If you had $4 million and we could couple that with our $1 million, that would be very attractive to affordable housing developers. But $1 million, when we're looking at, our home ARP funding, which is, we're going to develop that program down the road, that funding will put together 2 units, so if you look at Homeward over a decade ago, $5 million for 20 units. So it takes a lot of money to develop these houses. I mean, to develop rentals, it takes a lot. And it takes a lot to pay people. And the market is really, really, we have a workforce shortage and contractors have a very big advantage relative to how much they can charge at this point. So money talks when it comes to affordable housing development. So
okay, thank you.
Money would be great.
Thank you very much. We'll open up now to the public. If anybody is there in the audience or online who would like to comment on item number 2, the proposed plan that we've been discussing, please come to the podium. Ask that you keep comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address up front. Is there any public comment on this item? Any public comment? Anybody online, Kevin? Okay, thank you very much. No one is coming to the podium. So we'll close the public hearing on item number 2, come back to council. Council, we left off. Are there any other questions or are there motions? We're kind of back down to here. If there are more questions, we'll just kind of go around back to Councilmember Owen and the Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think it's no surprise to anyone. I sent out an email saying that I would like to see us be bolder. I'd like to see us challenge and think about this differently. I think the assessment is right on, $5 million would make a big impact. And I think if the priority in this community is downtown housing, I don't know if that's true, but if it is, then I think between the city, Big Sky Economic Development, Homefront, and TIF districts, I don't think that's a number they can't hit with the city as a cooperative partner. So I believe we have the opportunity to actually catalyze something by saying that we are willing to come to the table in a different way as partners rather than as a bank that waits for someone to show up with a project. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but I think we have an opportunity here that is unique. And if we have a chance to use these funds in a way that gets us 500 units downtown rather than a couple of foreclosures and some first-time home buyers, this is the moment to do that, to say that the city is ready to lead in a different way. At the same time, I hear the concerns that there are other programs and they have merit, and we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket. I don't mind putting all my eggs in one basket, but I hear the concerns. I think if we were to amend this budget tonight and move 200,000 from home into the affordable housing line and 387,553 from foreclosure rehab, that leaves 100,000 in each of those programs. So you would not put a stop to them, but you would budget to be bolder. You'd still come close to $1 million, not quite. You'd be about 300,000 short, but you'd still send a much larger signal that we're committed to doing something meaningful on affordable housing while not shutting down those two other programs and giving staff the flexibility to reallocate throughout the year as needed, as demand warrants. But I think it's important that we send a statement that we want to see something happen in this community, and we're willing to be a little bit flexible in the way that we think about how we allocate our funding. So, Mayor, I don't know if your preference is for amendments and then a motion or a motion that encapsulates amendments, but that is what I would ask council members to consider tonight.
And it's up to you whether you want to make a motion or you're just offering general comment. Completely up to you.
I'll start with a comment for discussion, but I can certainly do a motion or amendment if needed.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the FY 2022-23 Annual Action Plan and accompanying CBD and home budget allocations as recommended by the CBD staff, CBD boards, excuse me.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw has the second. Now, discussion on the motion, which is for approval, consistent with staff recommendation, which would not include that amendment. So, Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. So Brenda, it's a question for you. I certainly agree with Councilmember Owen that I would love the city to be bolder on the issue of affordable housing. Off the top of my head, what she's proposed seems like it could make sense in terms of the best of both worlds, but can you weigh in and help us understand that before we consider specific amendments of, is that enough to leave in each of those pots so that those programs can still continue while we send a larger message to the community?
$100,000 in first-time home buyer is going to assist, I'm going to say 7 homeowners, and so it would be greatly limiting in that area. We already, and I just need you to know that we have constant communication with Homefront, with Homeward, with NeighborWorks Montana, our biggest partners in the 0 to 80% area median income area. Now, when we talk about workforce housing, it typically means 80% AMI to 120% area median income. So that's outside of our arena. So, I mean, I think that if on the flip side, you have realtors that are looking at this budget and they're saying, are we really going to be able to, dedicate programs to, or, houses to further, the first-time homebuyer program. But she talked about being able to amend the budget, throughout the year as we do now. So I think if there's any additional funding to be had, if you look back at this presentation, it was $445,000 that the city allocated to affordable housing development programs like home repair and home buyer. That's 41 families that this city council funded. So that's revolving. That's kind of amazing. Another idea that I thought was really amazing, and I've talked with Councilmember Trickey also, that the parkland donations. This is a huge thing. housing authorities need land. They need free land. They still pay payments in lieu of taxes. The city used to give land, even when Denise was around in community development, there was land donated to programs like Habitat for Humanity and also housing authorities. So their land is a really big deal. So any additional funding that could help spur that development, I think would be beneficial. I would suggest moving more on the foreclosure side because that has less of a public statement, especially when we're looking at a very big, active realtor and hungry realtor market. So that's what I would suggest, but I would not disagree with any of those suggestions.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, Councilmember Denise and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. I really agree. I think with Councilwoman Owen, I think we need to do something. The more I look into this, the housing issues that we have, we're, some of the ideas, some of the ways we're moving, I don't think it's getting done. We need to attract some developers to really address the housing needs. They're the ones who are going to build it. And we need to do something. And, looking at this at, 290,000, that's not going to attract any developers. I would like to see us move it all, but I think reasonably it would be probably not in the best interest to move it all. And so I'd be open to see most of it move over into where we can actually try to attract some developers to build some housing. And so the only concern I have is timing of our budget, when this money is available. You mentioned a lot of times about the timing of this. And my concern is, a lot of these developers are picking their land, picking their projects, when does this run out? And is the timing cycle going to be good enough for a developer to come in now and, get this done in the timing? Again, it seems like we're about 3 months behind because I would think most developers have already got their projects, in line, ready to go.
Typically, again, the affordable housing cycle from confirmed concept to lease up and sale is a 4-year process. So I think just by allocating funding there and putting the word out again that the city is willing to fund these projects. I mean, our largest allocation has been $500,000 to Southern Lights, and then the $450,000 to the Western Hotel for the Off the Streets project that just was reprogrammed in this recommendation session. I think a number there would be fine, as long as the city staff if we run into a foreclosure, that, we're able to pick that up if nothing is in the wings. Even if I had one of our pre-mentioned affordable housing developers call and say, we're going to buy another manufactured housing park. Now, you remember resident-owned communities where the residents and owners of their, they purchased the land underneath, and they were like, what do you have? And I'm like, just ripping through all of everything. Who has repayments? What are we doing? We came up with $500,000 then too. So, but I think moving the numbers around to make sure that that is a voted on city strategy is absolutely fine.
Okay, thank you. I would support something like that, Mayor, that where we left 100,000 in each of the other categories, and then with the ability they would come back to us and that. So if someone wants to make a motion like that, I sure would support it.
Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to speak to my motion. One of the things I think that as council, we have boards and commissions that are there to advise us. This particular board is a bottom-up advisory. It doesn't start from council down, but that's up to council to decide how much it wants to be top-down and how much it wants to be bottom-up. The members of the board are people who live in the neighborhoods that are impacted by the lack of affordable housing. They are people who have backgrounds in real estate, and they are people who have backgrounds in the kinds of sheltering and sheltering nonprofits that are here in town. The board has a lot of breadth of experience and insight. I do think that the council should actually make a bold statement by coming up with some money to put in that pot, instead of merely shifting, as was done, I believe the slide said 2015, and contingency funds were put in to make it bolder. I think that's what council should do. The whole first-time homebuyers program is something that has tremendous impact. To have a mother with 2 kids be able to have a home is a tremendous stabilizing impact on families. And to short the first-time home buyers program sort of tugs at my heartstrings a little bit, because I know of a family, a mother and daughter, her daughter has special needs. They have gone through a very, very long process to be able to get a home. It's something that feels very Billings and very right, to have families be able to have a home, who have been renters, who have been in very unstable housing for a long period of time, for them to have a home. So I kind of pulls on my heartstrings to think that we would not have that same opportunity for as many people. I think the council should be bold, and we can look for that money through our own contingency or whatnot in order to make that a more attractive pot for a developer to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tricky, and we'll try to move to a vote pretty soon.
Certainly. So I think I totally agree with the sentiment and the concept of what council members Owens and Neese were talking about. I have a couple of concerns about it, however. One is I don't believe that, especially the downtown market right now, is really looking for affordable housing. I don't think developers are ready to do that downtown. What I'm seeing happening downtown is the high end of workforce housing and even higher. So I'm not sure we're going to be able to pull projects into the downtown area just by, waiving even $1 million. I don't think would actually bring it down, because these projects cost, tens of millions of dollars to happen. So I don't think that's the right way to send the message. I do think we need to send that message. And I'm open to hearing from staff about what some ideas would be. One thing I definitely believe we need to do is to work with the Public Information Office to get the information out about the programs as they exist. I know that personally, before I came on council, I only knew about these types of programs in general because I knew the federal government was doing something like this. I didn't know what was available specifically in Billings. And I firmly believe that the numbers that you're seeing of people taking advantage of these programs is low because the awareness of these programs is very low. I also really am not comfortable with changing ships in the middle of at this late in the process, or direction of the ship this late in the process. I think we need to build up the programs that are working in the existing older parts of the neighborhoods, older parts of the city that are currently feeling the most pressure because they're being timed out from where they are right now, and they really need new homeowners to come in there and people to take care of those buildings and stuff like that. So I would also like to see you guys to put some thought into how we can be a little bit bolder the next time around. I also would like to hear how we can get more money into this fund, because frankly, $1 million, that wouldn't take care of my block.
Yeah.
Much less the rest of the city.
Okay, we haven't heard from Councilmember Purington, so we'll do that, and then Councilmember Owen will, and I'm hoping we're prepared to move to a vote. Councilmember Purington.
The only question that I have, because Jennifer, you brought up downtown area, we don't know if it's downtown. And so the people on this board, they are considered from low income areas. well, what are those areas? Are those downtown? Are those south side? Are they west end? Are they the heights? Because we have a lot of low-income areas throughout Billings. It's not just downtown. And accessibility to jobs, whether it's through the transit system or whatever, walking, biking to their jobs, vehicles, I don't know. So I think that was part of asking the question last time about housing strategy. What is our housing strategy? We don't even know what a housing strategy is, and that's a priority. So as far as the timing on this, I don't know. We're getting ready to do budgets. If this is something that you have to finish out the year with, okay. But if it's not, and going into our new budget, then I think and even though it's still part of that consolidated plan up through 25 or whatever it was, then I think there are some things that we can change. And so I would be willing to do that, to look at that. Also, I think we can't spread ourselves too thin. If we're going to focus on a certain area in Billings, then I think we need to do that. So that's part of that housing strategy. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Brenda, you want to just comment on, I guess, where the members are from, was the question?
I can send that information to you through an email, and I can also, I don't think that there's one from downtown. There's Central Terry, there's South Side. I mean, it's the low-income neighborhoods across the city. So I can also send you the income kind of chart that we have, so you can see what the household income is at different levels. What I will say is if you delay the vote, then we will not begin the environmental review process and the legal documentation process that we need to do for the other subrecipients, including alternatives, the school district, and Boys and Girls Club, in order to get their projects off the ground by our July 1 program year start date. So that would delay that, those allocations.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Owen.
So I think most of the council members know that one of the things I do in my day job is I serve as a guardian ad litem for abused and neglected children in this community. I appreciate the value of 15 to 30 people being able to buy their first time home. That's a big deal. And I appreciate rehabbing a couple of houses a year. But we have dozens of teenagers who are aging out of the foster care system with nowhere to go. Their problem isn't money. Their problem is there's nowhere to go. There are hundreds, and I do mean hundreds of families that cannot be reunified because they have nowhere to go. It's not a money issue. It is a housing stock issue. And if we are confronted tonight with the opportunity to help somewhere between 15 to 40 people or 500 people, then we should take that very seriously. And we shouldn't miss that opportunity. We should try something different. If we want something in this community to change, we have to change the way that we look at it. And so I understand that it's unusual, but I think council has an opportunity to lead here and to say that we've identified council priorities. Housing is one of them, and we're going to be serious about it. And so we're going to try something different. So I would encourage folks to take this opportunity. This is for the next fiscal year, these funds that we're approving tonight. And so I think I don't want to see us wait until next summer to try to do something on housing. So I would make a substitute motion, Mayor, to move $200,000 from the first-time home buyer program into the affordable housing development line item, and $387,553 from foreclosure acquisition rehab into affordable housing development line item in the budget. And then with those amendments, approve the FY 22-23 annual action plan and accompanying CDBG and home budget allocations, other than those amended as recommended by the CD board.
Okay, I heard a second. Councilmember Purington?
I have a point of order question. Is there a reason why it's a substitute motion and not an amendment? Because it's still for approval, right? Just so I...
Yeah, it makes no difference to me. It's just we had a motion that was active and I didn't...
Yeah,
it makes no difference to me.
Yeah, substitute motion is just a different form of an amendment. I guess the question is if it's termed as a substitute motion and passes, and it includes approval, then it's done. As opposed to if it's an amendment, we would then go to a second vote on the amended motion. So your term was substitute motion, so we'll treat that. If this passes, that's the end of it. Gina, did I come close to that? Do you have anything you'd like to comment on?
No, I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay, so, but let's restate the motion. It is to, and I'm going to ask staff to comment, just to make sure there's not a legal barrier to doing this, because there's so many rules out there that we don't want to run afoul of. $200,000 from the first-time home buyers line item, which I guess I thought was originally, one issue would be, is this a proper shift? You know, and 387,000 and change, whatever that exact number was, from the foreclosure program also to affordable housing development. So my question for Brenda, is that a legal thing to do? And specifically, can those dollars be used for new construction if that's what affordable housing might be?
Correct.
Or infrastructure?
As long as the funding stays within their respective line, columns, then it's absolutely doable.
And that these are understood as budgets, not restrictions.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so that's the motion now that you have before us. Back, Councilmember Tidswell, I don't think you've commented, and then Councilmember Tricky. Councilmember Tidswell?
Okay. Brenda, just a question, Brenda. I'm assuming there's, for the first-time home buyers, there's criteria you have to meet. There's a certain step that you have to go through until you are fully whatever it would be. What's your success rate on those loans?
Our foreclosure rate on the closed
yeah,
loans
let's call it,
is, I would say 1.5%.
Okay, thank you.
Each of our households has to go through home buyer education, 8 hours of home buyer education in order to qualify.
Okay. And they can, to complete it?
Yes.
Okay, and you're only losing 1.5%?
We're only losing I'm going to say it's probably 1% this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tricky?
Get back up there. Are you and your staff prepared to administer and manage this type of a change in focus?
We are always ready for affordable housing development applications, 100% all of the time.
Okay, thank you.
We move those fairly quickly. We just have to have willing developers with assets and additional funding raised. So I'm thinking you're looking more, it's more of a policy setting change, which I believe that the staff and the CD board would support.
No, okay, Brendan, I apologize for, and I see Councilmember Parrington's hand down there, but you said if we don't, it's kind of a use it or lose it, or at least you risk if you can't immediately or soon put these dollars to use. They need to be shovel ready or close. There's been no mention of any project that even come close to that in all of this discussion tonight. So I'd say the odds of using these dollars for that, unless Councilmember Owen knows of something that she's keeping very close to her chest, are very small. So if that's the case, at what point would you need to come back and say, nope, we are running a risk of hurting our future allocations. This money isn't going to be used. You need to make a very quick change. What would the timing be for coming back to us to make that change?
The annual action plan is written so that the staff has the ability to move funds for close and shovel ready. So in order for us to, if we have to keep coming back to city council, it'll greatly impede our ability to move on a foreclosure program or, an active foreclosure. We have about 10 days to get a bid in on those properties, and we have a resolution in order for the city administrator to sign those. So if one comes available, we're going after it so we can put a family in there. So this is, we would still recommend close and shovel ready process, just because we can't leave any money that's with the city and CDBG or home sitting in a pot idle. It is the very, last time we had a timeliness issue for the city of Billings was when six figures was put in a fund for sidewalk development, and it was not put on a CIP. And we had a neighborhood that said, we want a sidewalk here, and they didn't work with Public Works, and they came back and said, where are we going to get the other $1.5 million? So we can't just sit money in a hole. So we would just automatically move that forward.
Okay,
with the
thank
city
you.
Administrator.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Parrington? we'll come
On
back
one of the
around.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the slides, it showed the developers. There were like 3 little circles.
Yes.
Are those local developers?
They develop locally. So Homeward is based out of Missoula, and NeighborWorks is based out of Great Falls, and Homefront, which, you know, we speak with Homefront now it's been a weekly basis. So those 3, yeah, they have an own projects here currently.
Okay, so my question is, are there local developers that are approached with some of these projects? Or that approach you?
Yeah, it's primarily Homefront, because affordable housing development means 80% of the area median income and below. There's not a big profit margin for like a for-profit development project. Kings Green was a private public partnership, and that we completed many years ago, was our last public-private.
Okay, thank you. Back around here, Councilmember Owen, I saw her hand first, Joy and Nice.
I just wanted to correct a little bit, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but these funds don't have to be new construction. So shovel-ready looks very different when we're talking about acquiring and rehabilitating a facility, making it fit for housing, making it fit for affordable housing. Those can move very quickly than something that was a greenfield development. So I don't want everybody to think that the only thing we can do here is build from scratch, right?
Correct. You know, we have a slide on, well, let's just say affordable housing development is so complicated. And so I just put a few of the things that CDBG and Home can do in our application. There's, you know, big columns for everything, but, and there's always contingencies. You can do this, but not this on each side. So land acquisition, building remodeling or rehab. That can also include change of use from like a commercial to a residential, reconstruction for like a building that burned down. So demolition for something that's on the property needs to be cleared, environmental cleanup. There's just, I'm gonna say 25 different categories. So affordable housing development in its entirety. One of those kind of caveats too, infrastructure on the CDBG side, if you look at the manufactured housing community for CNC that you funded, it was over $300,000. That supported 60 units. That's also through the Affordable Housing Development Program.
Okay, Councilmember Joy and Nice.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I really am quite happy to hear all the discussion of affordable housing, so wonderful. And the CBD board meets on the first Tuesday of every month at 3 o'clock in the Milders building, so all council members are invited. Please bring your ideas and listen to the discussion. So I won't support the substitute motion. The first-time homebuyers program, when people are looking at housing, it's right now. In order for those people to be able to get a home, they need to be able to have that funding available right now, not later. Second of all, I would say, you know, gap funding is well known, as Director Friday said, gap funding is there. And as I know, I've been approached by someone who wants gap funding, and they, for a very long time, did not apply for whatever reason. The complication to applying is not something that everyone just wants to tear into. So there are people who have not chose to apply who could. So at this point, more money I'm not sure would really make that happen. So thank you. I won't support the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted a clarification with Brenda, because I think I heard you say this. I wanted to kind of rephrase it. You said if we were to approve this, and it would be like $381,000 in affordable housing, $100 in foreclosed acquisition rehab. If you ran across and this is a budget, but if you ran across a foreclosure that you needed $125,000, but budget was only $100, you would still go for the $125 and then come back to us later. So this really wouldn't impede you from operating your normal operation at all.
Correct. It would still allow us to do close and shovel ready, which is what the city needs to do in order to meet timeliness.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further questions for Brenda or discussion on the substitute motion? You're pointing, Councilmember Purington?
Well, just one question, because I think Brenda made the comment that these 4 action items on, I think those are ARPA funds or CARES funds, that those would be impeded by this, but those seem to be separate because it's different funding. Is that correct?
So during this application process, we were right in the middle of the Delta variant. And so the Community Development Board felt strongly that we actually did an amendment last year for our annual action plan to be able to use CDBG for coronavirus impact programs. So those all rolled out in one application process at the beginning of December last year. So the actions above would not, the actions discussed here would not impede any of the allocations for alternatives, Boys and Girls Club, or the school district.
It would not slow those down?
No.
Okay, and I guess I'm a little, this is coming at the very 11th hour, Brenda, and that makes me very nervous. Unintended consequences, especially when there's not a clear project that we're trying to help, and we could come back later and amend the existing proposal if something came out of the blue. But I'm not hearing much opposition from you, and that surprises me a little bit. And that's, normally I'd be inclined to say, no, this is too late, I don't understand it, come back if there's something specific, but that's not what you seem to be advocating for.
I wrote to Wyeth today, I'm really excited you're talking about affordable housing development. It's like the first
You have
time
low
really
standards.
It's ever happened, so. I mean, it'll be 20 years in like January, and we've never had this discussion. So I'm really excited about it. And I hear the direction from the city council, and it's really important. It's very important to our housing partners across the state and locally that the city council has created a strategy and has backed housing strategy at all for your priorities. It's really, really, really important. So I don't think that the board, as long as we have, they monitor us every month. They know what money comes in. They know how many applications come in for a home buyer, for everything. So they help guide us in how we reallocate funding. So as long as that's in place for them, I think they support all of these initiatives.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Boyette, you've been strangely quiet down there. Let's hear from you and then move to a vote, Council.
Good. I was just thinking, we're talking about chump change here. I called a developer today and I says, what houses are you building? Well, you know, we started in the $500,000 to build a house. I mean, we've been here 2.5 years and we never really had a policy for building houses for low income. I think we need to set, I was going to vote for the first one just to move it on and then ask that we have a work session where we actually get into it and talk about housing. I've even brought up the idea the other day of we have some city land that we could develop. Let's get serious if we're going to do this. To me, $1 million, it sounds like a lot of money, but in the housing development, it's nothing. So to me, either way, but this isn't significant. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't achieve much. I'd rather have us focus, really do something if we want to get ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor, are we prepared to vote on the substitute motion? Again, the substitute motion is approval of all the plan with the exception of the reallocation of the $200,000 from the first-time homebuyer program to affordable housing category, $387,000 and change from the foreclosure program also to that affordable housing development category. Are we prepared to vote? Okay, if in favor of the substitute motion, let's do hand raise your hand. Council members Shaw, Gulick, Neese, Owen, Cole, Cherokee, Tidswell, and Purrington. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Council members Joy, Boyette, and Councilmember Rupsis wisely recused himself long ago. Thank you very much. So the motion passes, substitute motion passes. That concludes item number 2. Council, we're going to have to pick up our pace or we will be here till midnight. So that brings us then to item number 3. Denise, would you read item number 3?
Yes, Mayor. This is a public hearing concerning land use contrary to zoning, that being an electronic message display EMD sign at Arrowhead School. Staff recommends that council hear public comment and provide input and suggestions to the project sponsor, which is Arrowhead Elementary School. No action is required this evening.
Thank you very much. Our zoning coordinator, Nicole Cromwell, is our presenter tonight. Nicole.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll keep you moving on this one since there are no decisions to be made. this is your first one, but you have been allocated the duty of holding public hearings for land uses contrary to zoning. Previously in state law, the public hearing was convened by your appointed Board of Adjustment. But in 2021, the legislature changed this part of the law and said it's the governing body's responsibility, and that's whether you're the city council or the county commissioners. Oddly enough, both the county commissioners and the city council are having land use contrary to zoning hearings this month. So this one, and the history of this goes back far. As far as public agencies sometimes acquire property and have to do projects on that property that may not comply completely or at all with the locally adopted zoning. In planning, we call these LULUs, or locally unwanted land uses. And those can include things like sanitary landfills, prisons, jails, and the like. So this provision in state law allows a public agency to acquire land and to propose a use of that land that may be contrary to zoning. The city itself has used this provision in state law to do several projects, including the shooting range for the police department at the Billings landfill, Dealer Park redevelopment for off-street parking, and some landscaping, which didn't comply with zoning. So there's nothing new about this other than you are the convening body for the public hearing. So this is for the installation of an electronic message display sign at Arrowhead Elementary School to replace an existing manually changed sign that's on the wall of the building. This is in a public 2 zoning. Our sign code for the city of Billings that you adopted doesn't allow these types of signs in the public 2 zoning anymore. The prior zoning sign code allowed these types of signs for schools and other types of institutions, regardless of what zone district they were in. That's why you'll see some of these signs in many other schools and many other locations throughout Billings. Here's the subject property, the public 2 zoning. This is north of Poly Vista Park, which is zoned public 1. Public 3, so we have 1, 2, and 3 all in this one area. Public 3 is a campus type of zoning, and that's for the St. John's United, Missions United area that's to the north and west. All along the east side of 38th Street West is a neighborhood 3 or suburban residential neighborhood. Here's a subject property showing the building. The star indicates where the sign is located. And here's a picture of Arrowhead Elementary from 38th Street West. So that sign, that's a manual reader board, would be changed to a new electronic message display in addition to a permanent graphic sign that'll be next to it. This is looking a little bit to the north from 38th. This is looking south along 38th Street West, looking basically north and east across 38th Street West. So you see the Poly Vista subdivision there. You did receive, or you should have received, an email comment from one of the adjacent neighbors concerned about the sign being on all the time, even at 2 a.m. That was a public comment you've already received. This is looking north from where the driveway into the school is, so you can't really see too far to the north, but this is north and west from that drive approach. Here are some of the application materials submitted by the sign company that was hired by the school to install the sign. That's when it was discovered that this type of sign is no longer allowed. And that's why we're here tonight. So here's a Google view of the elementary school. the front of the building where the sign will be placed, and a graphic of what they're intending to install. The Arrowhead Elementary top portion of the sign is just a permanent graphic. The lower part, which is about 21 square feet, is the electronic message display. So the purpose tonight is to have a public hearing, to gather public comment, to provide comment of your own to the public agency, the school district. You may not approve, deny, or attach conditions to the application, but the state law requires you to have the public hearing. And as I stated at the beginning, the state law was changed in 2021 to put this public hearing before the city council. And I'll take you back to the sign and answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Nicole. We'll start with Ward 5 with questions. Hold your comments, if you would, till after we've had a public hearing. But this is time for questions for Nicole. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, you and I spent a long time, a couple of years, talking about signs when we did the recode. And one of the things we talked about was flashing that the city doesn't allow. Can they do this now? Because they don't have to conform to our rules, even though they are not conforming to our rules, right?
Right. The contrary to zoning is for the sign type itself, not to the managing the sign or operating the sign. That's not what they've requested. So, for example, no flashing and no scrolling and no video is still applicable to this sign. And I think they've already signed that certificate as the manager of the sign that they would obey those parts of the regulations.
Okay, Councilmember Upsis, Councilmember Shaw, Gulick, Gulick.
Not being familiar with the technology, but I can imagine since you can control them a lot, it'd be possible to do, or is it possible, as far as you're aware, for the sign to have a time clock on it so it would turn off at 10 p.m. and turn back on at 6 a.m., as far as you know, not that you're not the sign manufacturer, fabricator, or anything of the like?
As far as I know, that technology is available for these types of signs.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Neese, Owen, Joy. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Nicole, since we can't really decide or condition or anything, I guess I'm questioning, as the neighbor sent that letter in, as Councilman Gulick mentioned about the possible issue with the light at night, are they actually maybe considering doing something to help out with the neighborhoods, so the light isn't real bright at night? Have you heard anything? Are they in discussion with that at all?
I am not certain. They received that forwarded email today as well as you received it today.
Okay.
And the intent of this is to provide those public comments and concerns, and for the public agency, if they can, if it's feasible, to take those concerns into account when they do their project. I'm sure that they're here, so they could answer some of those questions.
Okay. And after we have this public hearing, does it go back to the Board of Adjustments after that, or this is it?
This is it.
Okay. One other question about the sign, since it's not allowed in the P2, is that something we should look at in our recode to maybe change that to allow this so we don't have to, every time a school wants to put up a sign, we have to have a public hearing that we don't have to do anything about?
Well, actually, the schools have been used this quite often before you've seen it. They've gone to the Board of Adjustment several times on signs in particular, even before we had Project Recode. I think the sign code working group thought that we shouldn't allow it in public 2 zones because some of those public 2 zones are completely embedded within a neighborhood. They're not on arterial streets. They're not in commercial areas. And uses in P2 include not just schools, but churches and some other smaller institutions that are in neighborhoods. And the sign code working group frankly felt that it was inappropriate to put those types of signs in neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Tricky, and then Tidswell.
I would just comment that I would definitely be in favor of some sort of change to the code that covered this specific type of use case, maybe having something to do between distance to the street and size of the sign and all that type of stuff. I do not personally see how that specific size of the sign, unless it's like neon bright white, is going to make it that far out into the neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilmember Tidswell.
Yeah, just point of clarification, we're going from one sign to two, it looks like, in this depiction here.
It'll still be one sign. It will be larger because it'll have both that EMD and then the permanent sign above it.
Top will be lit as well?
I believe that is the case, but I can look on the site plan to make sure of that.
All right, well, it's all positive, thank you.
Okay.
And I think we have some PTA representatives, so we'll get some of those
They
facts.
are here, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Pearson.
Just a couple of comments. The way that,
And just if you can keep to questions for Nicole as much, we'll have an opportunity to comment once we have a public hearing.
okay, well, I'll comment later then.
Okay, and we'll start with you. Okay, let's open it for public hearing then on this item. If you'd like to comment, please come forward. Just ask that you tell us your name and your address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Good evening. I am Pam Meyer, and I reside at 3404 Timberline Drive. I am the principal at Arrowhead Elementary, which is 2510 38th Street West. And first of all, I'd like to thank Nicole for all of her work and communication with me. She's been absolutely phenomenal, and I also welcome this opportunity to hopefully clarify any questions that you might have. I have with me tonight PTA Treasurer Sharice Williams, so she's here and can speak to the topic as well. And I really want to be brief. The reason for the sign is when the school was built in the 70s, of course, the old reader board style, that's what everybody was doing. And at this point, my custodian, Judy Jordan, has to go out on a ladder and lift up a really heavy plastic shield glass and then manually put on all the letters. Really unsafe. I even hate to ask her to do it. And so the PTA and I were just looking for a way to really update everything. And so obviously the electronic reader board was the way to go. So we did our research with Sign Pro. The kids held a readathon and raised over $18,000 to pay for the sign. They read over 176,000 minutes, so they were super excited about it. And then when we got down to all the nitty gritty, we saw, we have to apply for this variance. So it's just been kind of a long process and something that we definitely want to see come to fruition. So, really, it's for safety and it's for informational purposes only. It's not to entertain, nothing like that. And I really want to mitigate any negative impact with the neighborhood. That is so not my intent at all. And we will have the sign only operating from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Right away, when I was talking about the signage with Sign Pro, I immediately asked that because I just do not want to cause any challenges or difficulties within the neighborhood. So it will be on 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. That won't be a problem. And then my secretary and myself will be the two people that take care of the announcements and what we will be putting on there. So the two of us will go ahead and do all of the messaging that needs to take place, just to kind of keep people informed what's happening at Arrowhead, make it look a lot more classy and up to date, and for safety for my custodian. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain those few details. Anything else, Sharice?
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for our principal, Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. The permanent sign that says Arrowhead, Eagle Pride Elementary, will that be lit as well?
I think both of them will not be lit from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Both of them?
Yes,
Okay.
both of them.
Thank you.
Yep.
But Ms. Meyer, the Arrowhead Elementary, the blue one on the top, has lighting in it?
That I think it's just signage. There is no lighting in that piece of it. I think it's just regular signage according to. Actually, there is. There is. Okay, so the white part will be lit?
According to the spec from Sign Pro.
Okay?
Okay, all right, good enough. And I'm just excited that the kids have learned a lesson in government regulation. here at West
Exactly,
State. Yeah.
yes. But the no
Might as
school
well learn
November
early.
11th, that will totally be off. I know that.
Any other questions for Pam? No. Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead, you can sit down. Anybody else who would like to comment on this, though, please come forward. Just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Any other comment on item number 3, the proposed arrowhead sign? Don't see any, so we will close our public hearing. Now back to council. Again, we have no decision to make, but we are entitled to make comment and make recommendations to the school board or to the school system. So, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So I did not have an issue with this at all, and I saw that the direction that the sign was facing, it really faces an empty field, which in the future could have homes there, but right now, they'll know what they're getting. The one thing that I would like to make a comment, Nicole, is with Recode, is that I think to revisit that with the EMDs. The technology in reader boards, I think, is pretty enhanced now, and I just think it would be for the public safety and well-being, because you see people out there all the time, either getting up on a ladder or having those long poles to try to change those boards out. I just think, I think there's enough reason to allow those. I think there's certain specifications that could be allowed, whether it's size or whatever else. I think Councilmember Shariki was talking about it, and it would just show the world that Billings has stepped into the world of technology.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment for benefit of the order? Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilwoman Purington. I'd like to see this revisited with Recode, and I think Arrowhead's a great example of how they're going to display the sign. I think that would be a good idea to use some of what they're doing as far as, they 7 to 7, keeping it lit, only during the day. I think that's a really good, responsible way to have a sign like that in the public and in the residential area where when the Recode Sign Committee met and thought it was not a good idea. So I think there's some things that we can look at with that. And it just is great to hear that those kids earned $18,000 in the readathon. That is awesome. That is really good to hear. So thanks for bringing that.
Thank you very much. Any further comments, recommendations for School District 2? I'm not seeing any. So we'll say that concludes item number 3. No further decision to be made. No specific written recommendations that we're making to the school district, except clearly that the tone was approval of the timing from the 7 to 7. I think we would be very disappointed if School District 2 did not abide by that promise. So, okay, thank you very much. That concludes item number 3. Item number 4, Denise, would you read item number 4?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1012, housekeeping amendments to the new zoning code. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the findings of the 10 review criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Back to Nicole.
Thank you, City Council, for hearing me again. This zone change is kind of the culmination of our first year of working through our new code, picking up those little parts and pieces that were errors and mistakes, as well as discussing with you some clarifications that were required. And when I say housekeeping, this is like housekeeping plus. As the city administrator alluded to, there are some that are a little more substantive than just housekeeping. So it's like you invited the housekeeper in and she cleaned everything and she adjusted some pictures on the wall. She moved some things around to make them look better, work better together. So that's what we're hearing tonight. The ordinance will be corrected as indicated by the city administrator, so we take out those references and add the language in the title. So we're just going, maybe it's going to work. Yeah. So, yet again, this is why we adopted our new zoning code, because of the growth policy adopted by the city in 2016, said our zoning code is not going to get us to these growth goals that we've set as a community and by the city council. We did 5 public hearing sessions and 2 work sessions as part of this adoption process last year. Go ahead. So we collected and reported on those errors and typos and clarifications. And we also reported on challenges to implementing the new code, anything that was not working as intended. That first report was to you last August. Our second report was to you in January. And that also kind of collated and brought all of those pieces and parts together for your initiation of this zoning text amendment. So these are minor code amendments and corrections to the adopted zoning code. More substantive code changes will be analyzed, including the one that you just recommended that we look at tonight for public 2 zones, sign code, will be analyzed and options discussed with stakeholders and then brought to you with a recommendation for an initiation of another text amendment that will be more substantive later this year. Of course, after all your budget stuff is done and we've had some time to meet and discuss more with the stakeholders. Okay. So the first set of amendments affects section 27-300, which is neighborhood districts. So the ordinance as prepared is recommending that we adjust the driveway access locations as stipulated in the code to basically say that a driveway can be done on any frontage, whether it's a front street, a side street, or from an alley. Any of those are okay in all of our neighborhood districts. This is especially important because when we're developing new neighborhoods that don't necessarily want to develop an alley system, that they have the ability to put those driveways, not parking, but driveways on any street that they have within the new development. Also, I gotta jump to 300 here to make sure I'm referencing the right thing. There was an error in table 300.3A, which is for the first neighborhood zone. It left out the word more. Instead of reading maximum of no than 40%. So we added the word no, add the word more into the code there because that was obviously the intent. The maximum building width in the N2 zone district. The maximum lot width in an N2 zone district is 120 feet. The minimum side setback is 5. So if you do a minimum side setback of 5 and you have 120 feet of lot width, you're kind of forced to do a really large side setback on the other side of that new structure. So instead of kind of forcing that site design that way, we said, okay, let's just say you can use the whole available lot width for your building of 110 feet. So 5 feet on each side minus from 120 is 110 feet. It was 80 feet. So the maximum front building width would go from 80 feet to 110 feet to allow the site to design for a full width. Usually at 110 feet, you're talking about a 2-unit building. And usually at 110 feet, you're talking about a 2-unit building that's all one level. Because they want to keep everything on one level, it's extra wide. And we do have some of these already existing in N2 zone districts. Then there's a minor amendment to the same table to insert a line break in the table as published. They didn't catch that when it was first sent to them to MuniCode, so we just want to make sure the table break is inserted. Then we're going to, and we talked about this quite a bit in the two previous warranty discussions about the ground level unit width in multifamily buildings, for multi-unit buildings, and even for side-by-side buildings, limited to 16 feet. And I could only find 2 examples of a multifamily building in the city of Billings, outside of downtown anyway, that had ground floor units of 16 feet. And these are not common examples in the community, so I just thought that, and you agreed, that this would be a change to allow these new multifamily buildings to be built in any configuration of number of units on the ground floor, as long as the side-by-side unit building doesn't exceed 172 feet. 172 feet is significant for fire protection, because usually when you're parking on a street and you have to reach the back of a building from the street, 172 feet is really the widest you want those structures to be. And again, the next part, if you're reading in the ordinance, there's another driveway location that we're proposing to take out and replace it with the word any. And then the yard treatment, that any yard in a residential district has to be at least 60% landscaping. And we don't really have an issue with this, but we also don't have a mechanism to enforce it. It's like people come in and get driveway permits. They don't even need a permit to put up to 2,500 square feet of concrete on their lot. So there's really no way for us to enforce it, but it's not really a problem that we've encountered. So we're proposing to remove that entirely from the code. Okay. Commercial and mixed-use districts. Inadvertently left the QWERTY in a table for the heavy commercial district, so we're going to replace QWERTY with the numbers that correspond to the illustrations on the following page. So it's kind of necessary. We're just working around it. We know what it's intended to be, but it was completely wrong. Also in the industrial district section 27600, there was a misreference to light industrial twice instead of heavy industrial. So that's a correction. In the table, which is the large page, the second to the last page of your ordinance, we're proposing to clarify the use table for artisan crafting manufacturers. So these are people who do custom orders for one particular type of thing. And the location limit that was indicated in the table was not relevant to those districts. It was kind of assuming that people who are doing this would be doing it out of a residence, a residential unit, and they don't typically. They may have a residential unit that's nearby, but they typically will do it in a small commercial space. So the location limit wasn't relevant. So we're proposing to take the location limit out. Then we're correcting the outdoor sales lot reference to the appropriate sections of the use standards and accessory use standards.
Nicole, where are you?
Okay.
Which section are you?
On the table?
I'm going with what you sent us. Which section are you on?
Okay, it would be section Q of the ordinance, but it's 27-1000.
Okay.
It's the table, the use table, sorry. Didn't mean to jump ahead.
No, that's fine.
And for whatever reason, the only district where we didn't allow civic assembly was heavy commercial, which didn't make sense. So that was just an error, just a typo. And then for offices for healthcare and clinical services in the neighborhood office zone, those were always allowed in the professional residential zone, which got replaced with the neighborhood office, and that got left out. Hospitals were included in neighborhood office, but not doctors' offices, so we had to fix that. Then the two retail sales with a drive-through and without a drive-through were reversed for the corridor mixed-use 1 zone district. So we wanted to make sure that those letters, so the PR restricted for retail with a drive-through.
And Nicole, I do apologize. I'm going to stop you because when we're asked to approve something, we're not approving your PowerPoint, but we're approving what we have in front of us in our packet. And so these changes to a chart or the table for section 27-1000, we have the table for 27-409, and then we have the table for 27-1100 and 1400, but we don't have a table for 27-1000.
I don't know why, because it's in the ordinance.
It's just, it's out of order, it's a different order.
Oh, mine was printed, but it didn't include, oh, it's at the very end. Got it. Thank you.
Right, because it's a different size page.
Got it. I'm with you.
I wanted
Thank
to
you very
put the
much.
different size page at the end
Okay.
of the ordinance.
Good.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry.
We're good.
Okay. So that actually, go back. Okay, so that just takes care of the first bullet under section 27-1000. Now, if you go backwards now to 27-1000. Okay, that appears on after the tables for the sign code. That is, there. Okay, now my pages are out of order, sorry. Okay. So it's after 27603B, which was the industrial district change. There's the personal self-storage use standards, 1006C1.
Yeah.
On page 3, right? That the standards listed E, F, and G would not be applicable in the heavy commercial, light, or heavy industrial zone districts, but A through D apply in all zone districts. And the intent of this is so that we don't enforce mixed use or street frontage type requirements in places where you're going to have very large warehouses, very heavy uses for trucks and lumber and outside storage. There's no reason to apply E, F, and G in those districts. In the other districts like Corridor Mixed Use 1 or Corridor Mixed Use 2, those should apply in those districts just because of the type and intent of those zone districts. So that's 1006. And then if you go to page 4, this is just a reference error for wireless facilities. It said 7 instead of 6 for the subsection. Then the following one for the correcting the setback for temporary uses from 50 feet to 5. And then eliminating the dollar amount of a bond for a temporary use from the code. We generally do not set dollar amounts for anything in the code because those are set by council annually by resolution. Okay, next. Now we're on to proportionate compliance, which is 1100. Now, see if I can find that page, since my pages are all jumbled.
Should be page
Here we go.
5 of our packet.
Yep, got it. Okay, so it makes the wrong reference to subsection 2 instead of subsection 1 in that table, so we're just correcting that. 1200 landscaping, there's confusing language in the street frontage language right now, and we wanted to clarify that in the code so that those who are designing new landscapes understand that that was the intent. And where is, okay. Do you see 12.0? Should be 1203, plant materials, okay? I thought there was supposed to be another one in there. No, just, we'll stick with the fences clarification so that, just to clarify when a sign permit is required. Anything that's over 36 inches requires a fence permit, but it can go up to 7 feet. Over 7 feet may require a building permit because then it becomes a true structure that you need to have a proper footing and foundation for. But right now, the code doesn't really tell people that they could apply for something over 6 feet. So we wanted to clarify that, and that we measure fences from the inside, not the outside of the fence. Okay, now, 27-1400, we discovered that we had just a cascade of numerical errors in all these tables, so those are pretty self-explanatory. The last one was the how sign area, or next to last one, is how sign area is measured for a two-sided sign. The way it appears in the code, it's not clear how you measure that. Some people were measuring both sides and saying, well, my sign is now 200 square feet because I have 100 square feet per side. That would be correct for permitting purposes, but it's not correct for your sign budget for a two-sided sign. We only count one side that can be seen at once. So we just wanted to put that clarifying language in there. Also, we wanted to correct the reference to historic district location in the new city code. It got moved to 6700, not 1103. Then there was a word error under zone changes. It referred to special reviews instead of zone changes, so we wanted to clarify that. We also wanted to make sure that there was enough calendar days between when the City Zoning Commission has their hearing and when you receive their recommendation and have your first and hopefully only public hearing. And that is contained in that same section O. That correct the reference to the administrative section of the code from 223 to 231. And that it's just a second reading. It's not an additional public hearing. Now, of course, if there's a controversial zone change, you're always going to pull that off of consent agenda anyway and take public comment and have conversation about that zone change. And that's still available. The next one is master site plan reviews, which are administrative reviews similar to a subdivision that we do for an undivided lot that has more than two structures that are sharing common private facilities. So, for example, a condominium or a townhome development within a subdivision that's on one large lot that has a private street. We would do a master site plan review to ensure that there's utilities, access, fire safety, separation between buildings, appropriate landscaping, all of that as a master site plan. The switch to calendar days is a challenge for us because this has become a very popular way of doing development that's not a subdivision. And so when we get dozens of these applications at a time, 60 days is more appropriate. Of course, we're going to process these as quickly as possible, and that if there are corrections, that kind of stops the shot clock for review until a revision comes back into our office, and then we start the clock again. And of course, any applicant who is past 90 days can appeal and say, hey, I don't know what your staff is doing, but this has been pending for more than 30 days, and it just meets all the codes, so you just go ahead and approve it. So, then, that is, do we have another slide? Okay. The zoning commission did hold a public hearing, and they are recommending approval to you of these amendments. They did a little wordsmithing on the sign, how to measure a sign from what was originally drafted to what they believe makes more sense. But they believe that all of these amendments, housekeeping and minor substantive amendments, will meet the growth policy and the guiding principles of Project Recode, that they really do correct errors, clarify, and amend this code, and will avoid misinterpretation of the code going forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Nicole. Council, I'm assuming we're going to have some questions for Nicole, but we're about 10 minutes past when we normally take a break. So let's do that quickly, come back, we'll shoot some questions at Nicole, and move on to deal with this substantively. It's 7:41. Let's be back and started before 7:50, whatever that means, before. here? Nope, you're missing somebody. Who are we missing? Ed. Okay. We'll go ahead and get started. He can join us. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We finished with the presentation by Nicole, and so our next stage will be questions. And we'll start with Ward 1, since we ended with Ward 5, or started with Ward 5 last time. Councilmember Shaw, any questions for Nicole? Councilmember Gulick is not with us yet, but we'll come back to him when he's here. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, I do have a few questions. One is on page 8, no, well, the one that you're going to remove the dollar amount, the $1,500, will we say that in a resolution coming to us in the second reading so that if this does run across, the fee is actually in place, or is the fee already in place in some other resolution?
I don't think the fee is in a resolution, but we can administratively do that. Most of our applications for temporary uses include that notation for any Group 3 type temporary use requires this bond or performance surety. So I don't think taking it out of here will leave us in a blank space.
So we won't see a resolution?
You will see one when you get your budget.
Next year,
Because we're
okay.
doing planning fees this year, and that will be included as one of your planning fees.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And
anything else?
Yes, the table 27304A. It went from 80 to 110 feet per building. So the maximum frontage width of is that the lot or the building?
Yeah, it's not included in the ordinance here because we're not changing the maximum lot width of 120 feet. But when we set the maximum front building width, it was set to 80 feet. And that's either for a 1-unit or a 2-unit building. So we basically said you could have 120 feet of lot width, but you can't use it all.
Is this what zone, what end zone is
This would
that?
be for the N2 zoning.
This is under N2 zoning, okay.
Right.
All right, so then we would have 5 feet on each side of a 110-foot building? Is that what your
Yep.
maximum? And then we would have another lot of 5 feet, another 110-foot building?
Right. So you still end up with 10 feet between buildings, which is the minimum required for buildings and fire safety. So.
Seems a little tight, but I guess for N2, that's what it is. And then I had a question on the table 27307A.
And I'm sorry, Councilman Neese, what's your page?
This same page 2 of 10.
Yep.
What zone was this referencing? And then specifically, then going from 8 units to 172 feet, meaning they can build more than 8 units?
Well, if they wanted to, but no wider than 172 feet on the maximum building width. And when we say maximum building width, we're talking in that, and this is related to mixed use 2 and mixed use 3.
So this is MX,
NX2 and NX3.
NX 2 and 3, okay. And
So
so,
this,
oh,
the maximum width of any side-by-side unit building is 172 feet.
okay, so they are not limited to then 8 units. They could put in, roughly how many units could they put in at 172 feet?
Well, you know, a good rule of thumb is what's being built these days. And most of the ground level side-by-sides that I've seen are 24, 25, 26. So however many units you get in 172 feet, some of them have a little extra on the ends. So in an 8-unit building, you might have one on the end that's 27 or 28, and then the ones in the middle are a little smaller, and then the one on the other end is larger. So it's really, it's adding flexibility to doing these types of, and most of these are built for townhomes, so they're individually owned. So it gives them the flexibility to change those units to meet the market
So you could
demand.
put 15 units in there, maybe individual like studios.
Wow, that would be a New York City walk-up, but yeah.
Nicole, could you touch on the feasibility? That's really not a reality.
Right, I mean, it's not something that we've ever seen built here. I mean, the smallest I've seen is 16 feet. And those are some units that were built back in the late 70s, early 80s.
Okay, and I understand, and then I think, again, I think it could be something we see, like say if they're New York-style townhomes, great, then we have a need for housing, and if there's a demand, we may see something like that. So I just want to make sure that's what we're saying is we can put as many units as feasible in 172 feet, no more limitation on the number of 8, when we look at Annex 2 or Annex 3 property.
Right, only Annex 2 and Annex 3. It wouldn't apply downtown, it wouldn't apply in Ebert, it wouldn't apply in any of those other
Okay, all right.
districts.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gillick, you were absent. We started down Ward 1. Did you have any questions for Nicole?
I did, thank you, Mayor. Nicole, as you may have seen from an email I sent to Director Wyeth Friday, I had a couple of questions. One is on page 1 on the table 27-300.3A. That's the N1 table in terms of the attached, or I'm sorry, the permitted driveway access location. In N1 in particular, we don't traditionally have garage-dominated architecture or snout houses or things where the garage is up front. We do have lots of places where the garage is detached and separated and maybe further behind the house and some attached as well. We see some from the 30s and whatnot. Is there anything, if we change this to any, is there anything that would, anything else in the code that I maybe haven't seen that would prevent having garage-dominated architecture, basically?
Yes.
Okay.
The table also includes a maximum garage door width as compared to the entire facade. Plus, many of your existing N1 lots are 50 feet wide. And if you have 5 feet side setback and then you have a 30-foot wide house, then really, if you wanted to put an attached garage with a new driveway off the street, it's really limited to a one-car driveway. It makes more sense in these existing N1 neighborhoods to put a new garage detached off the alley. And we're seeing actually quite a few of those right now in building permits. For your new N1 neighborhoods that are not planning to put in alley systems, this is where this will be critical. So the N1 neighborhoods are limited to, I believe it was 40% of the facade of the building can be in garage door. So we haven't seen any new N1 designs yet, but I'm looking forward to them.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Gillick?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And then follow up on page 2, that's table 27-300.6. That would be, that's for Annex 1. Same thing, I guess, there is. This is where we could have a series of row houses. I'd love to see some sort of incentivizing, some way that encourages the access from the rear. Recognize that there are some cases that's probably not possible, but in terms of having as much on-street parking as possible, which helps slow traffic on the street as well as just provide more parking, as well as just making it easier for people to have a walkable district. Is there anything in our zoning ordinance that would help in that regard, even if we're allowing any on any side access?
Well, the mixed residential zones don't allow any parking in front or the side of the building. They're required to be in the back. So even if you have a driveway on one of these NX1 lots, you'd have to go past the building to have parking area, whether it's surface or garage. And as I said before, a lot of these NX1 existing lots are not that wide. So when you're putting in a driveway that's 12 feet, it has to be 5 feet from this side. You know, I mean, you're sacrificing a lot of your lot width to put in a driveway. The only caveat I would say to that is that when, for engineering rules, if you are accessing a lot in an NX1 district that has a 4-unit building, engineering would require you to improve that alley from gravel to pavement for access to a 3 or 4-unit building. That is usually the financial linchpin that kind of holds up these places from doing all alley access. Right, mid-block is especially.
Okay, thank
So
you,
that's-
Councilmember Owen. Councilmember Joy. Nicole, I'll just mention what we talked about during the break, just to clarify on page 1 in section 2 description. There's a reference to, in the middle of that paragraph, 27-1800. My understanding is that will come out, that reference, because there are no changes to 27-1800. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so any motion that's made on this, we'll want to take account of that. And then on page 3, top of the page, there is a introduction to that table there, 27409, that says table 27400.6 site and structure regulations for CX District be amended to add diagram letters. The word letters should be numbers.
Right.
In the first column as follows, et cetera, et cetera. So change letters to numbers, is that correct?
That is correct. I do have one more minor correction that the city attorney pointed out to me, and that's as part of the change to zone changes.
Page are we on?
I believe it's page 8. And the correct section reference should not be 231, it should be 232. Because 231 is just a definition, and 232 is the ordinance requirements in the administrative section of the code, which is, 2 is the header, city council action, and then the city council shall hold a public hearing, and we're changing that from 20 to 30 days. And then under letter C, we're changing that to a second reading of the ordinance as required by BMCC section 2-232 instead of 231.
Okay, very good, thank you. That's for me. Councilmember Treaky, Councilmember Tidswell, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. Just a real quick question, because I did watch that zoning meeting. Is the wordsmithing that the commission wanted to do, is that included in this? It is. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, one of the things we did during the recode is we asked that you come back 4 months, 7 months, and 1 year to tell us of changes and whatever. Are we going to continue that going forward for the rest of the life of recode, or do we have to ask you to come back, or do you have a planned area to come back once in a while so that this doesn't quit?
Well, our commitment to you was the first year. And yes, we're beyond a year because pandemic, there's one of me. So yes, we're going to finish that up. We're going to do the options for substantive changes to the code, bring those to you this summer. Then I think most communities that do maintenance of their land use codes, try to do it at least once every 5 years. Of course, you do have a zoning commission. We have in the past, but not recently, had the zoning commission report to you. Generally, they report to you every month, right? Because you get a zoning commission report and you get zone changes and special reviews, right? But this, we've done reports that are more general and saying, these are the issues that we believe are happening with your zoning code. So we could certainly do that as well on an annual basis.
And I'm sorry, so is that the plan? An annual update?
No,
Or
that would
to be determined?
It's
You're
to
just
be
describing
determined by the city
options,
council.
okay. Councilor Boyette, do you have any follow-up there? Or?
One more question is, one of the things we'd asked also is that you'd have like a bucket on your desk that when developers or builders came in with issues, they would kind of, if they had a problem, you were going to kind of put a note in the bucket.
Yeah.
Have you addressed all those issues
No.
in the last year?
No, not all of them.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, some of them are just misinterpretations of the code or misapplication of the code. So we've done a lot of education about what the code should read, how the code should be implemented, what different terms mean, because we have a lot of new terminology in this code that we've never used before. So we've done a lot of that. But we've also been collecting those issues that are more substantive. And of course, the Home Builders Association has given us their lists, and we're working with them on that and on resolution or changes that could address the issues. We have our own internal bucket list saying, you know, this isn't really clear or it's not working as we thought it would work. So we have those as well. We also have, when I say internal, we also include other divisions, like the fire department, engineering, building, you know, so where we're having inconsistency or clashes between their code and our code, we're keeping track of those as well. So we'll bring those to you. No worry.
Okay, Councilor Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I just want to understand this the permitted driveway access location a little bit better. Over the past couple months, we've had like not the Timbers, the Elks property, Zimmerman Place, where they fronted Lewis and Colton. And we talked a lot about the safety of the driveway being in the back so that we're not crossing over sidewalks and paths and that kind of stuff. Is this the end of that? Are the people at Zimmerman Place going to come back and say, oh, now we want to have the driveways in the front to go right across the multi-use path? Or how are we still dealing with those concerns with this change?
Right. So multi-use paths are generally applied on arterial streets where the city engineering division holds a tight rein on who gets a driveway and where it goes. Colton is a multi-use path merely because it needs to connect two collector streets out to an arterial street. Even if we didn't have this code amendment in place, city engineering and city planning would highly discourage individual drive approaches across that required multi-use path. So I don't think it's the end of putting driveways in the back or off an alley, but I think it's one of the issues that we're going to have to work on, especially as we talk about infilling in NX1s where we have multiple units on a lot, that we really would prefer that access to be from the alley and not a driveway every 50 feet that takes up street frontage in a neighborhood that doesn't have a lot of those drive approaches. So that's something that engineering and planning are going to have to talk about and figure out so that it's not so cost prohibitive on a lot by lot basis. So that there's a plan to keep that neighborhood piece of fabric together.
Thank you. Are we setting our developers up for a lot of frustration here? Because this sounds kind of ambiguous.
Developers' frustration?
They're always going to be frustrated, but are we putting, in more frustration out there in their way?
I don't think so. I think that, when people look at these lots and how they're going to redevelop them or infill them or new fill them, that they're going to look at all the different ways that they can put those pieces together that make the most sense, both for their neighborhood, for their own personal bottom line, and meeting the code. So I don't think a little bit of extra flexibility here hurts us.
Thank you. I think we started, I guess, back with Ward 1. So we will move to a public hearing on this item and come back to council after that. So this is a public hearing on item number 4, zone change 1012, these so-called housekeeping amendments. If anybody'd like to be heard, please come forward. Is there any public comment on item number 4? Text amendments and zone change 1012. Any public comment? Nobody is online, is that correct, Kevin? Okay, then we will close the public hearing and come back to council. Councilmember Neese?
Mayor, I'd like to separate out table 27304A and table 27306A for separate votes.
Yeah, give us our page numbers.
Page 2 of 10.
Page 2, and which one on page 2?
27300.4-A, it's the first one, and 27300.7-A.
Okay, 300.4A and 300.7A. Separate those out for separate votes. So is there a motion to approve everything but, or there's a motion to approve these, or are we just talking, do we have to have a motion to make that separation without approval? That's sort of a procedural question. I don't know if Councilmember Neese, what your intent was there.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve everything but those two, but to speak to again, I always believe that we can separate items that are distinct, and these are distinct, even though the whole thing is recode. If I can't do that, if the city administrator thinks we cannot separate those, and I'll make the motion to approve except for those two items for a separate vote.
Okay, but your motion then was for approval of everything except for those two, and then we would come back for discussion on those two, presumably.
Correct.
Okay, and a second by Councilmember Shaw. Gina, any problem with that procedure that you can see, or Chris?
No, there was a motion made to approve it, and with the exception of those two tables. That's my understanding?
That is the motion.
Yes, I think that's appropriate.
Okay. So everybody see what the motion is and where those two exceptions are on page 2, sort of the first one and the third chart, I guess. Okay, do you want to, Councilmember Neese, speak to your motion, and then anybody else, Councilmember Joy?
Just a clarification.
Okay, Councilmember Joy would like some clarification. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Does the separated item includes both the maximum building width and the permitted driveway access location, or are you looking to just as a whole package approve or disapprove those two tables?
Thank you. That's a good clarification. It is item number 2 labeled on the line under table 27300.4-A, and then also on table 27300.7A, it's item number 2 also listed in the table. So there's the only 2 items that we will take a vote later on. I'm assuming right after this vote.
Okay, Councilmember Neese, you're referring to kind of line 2. Those 2 items, okay, the first one is line 2, and so no change to item line 12.
Correct.
On that. So the motion is to approve everything except for line 2 in 27304A or .4A, and not anything in 27-300.7A, because all there is line 2 on that one.
And there's line 10 as
Oh,
well.
line 10, yeah. So just line 2.
Just line 2.
Gotcha. Okay, is that consistent with the second? Councilmember Shaw, you see what that, okay, so council, is the motion clear? Okay, now discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese, did you want to speak to your motion before we pass it on? Or open it up for further?
I'm fine with everything that I've put forward to approve, so I can speak to the items I withheld when that comes forward.
Okay, and I guess I would just ask for clarification also, and if not, I would call this a friendly amendment, that the 3 technical changes that were discussed in my colloquy with Nicole, but not in our packet, are included in your motion to approve.
Thank you for reminding me that, yes, that is my intention.
Okay, and Councilmember Shaw indicates her confirmation of that as well. So, okay, discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes. We're not done with this item, however, so further discussion or motion relating to the accepted items. Councilmember Ripsis and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the remaining 2 items from the housekeeping amendment. That would be, table 27-300.4A, line 2, and table 27-300.7-A, line item number 2.
Second by Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Ripsis and/or Joy, did you want to speak to your motion? No. Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to go back to our quadrants. The quadrants when we had our retreat. I'm not sure why these are separated, if that's meant for just a separate vote, or if there is some objection to the maximum front building width, and at 110 per principal building. I'm not sure exactly what the separation is meant for. But I'm going to go back to our quadrant, and I think there's a point at which I rely on staff to give us some good information. I'm not sure what the objection is, but I think that Nicole has some good reason for this. I think the planning staff has good reason for this, and I will support the motion to approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason I separate those for separate, because I won't support these. I think I understand some of what Nicole is asking to be done, but I am concerned that taking this, expanding the width of the buildings is going to impact existing approvals that we've already done. Some of the landowners that we've had, we've seen a lot of people object to the N2 property near their property, and so this is going to actually bring this property closer to their property at times. And so I think there's going to be some unintended consequences for the N2 approval, as well as the changing it to where there is no limitation on the number of unit sizes for the Annex 2, Annex 3. I'm not sure that we know what the unintended consequences are going to be of the building, and it may be that we need that type of building, and I think I would probably support some of that in some areas, but when we have, and we're just going to have the Annex 3 property with unlimited number, crammed into different spaces, I think I would be concerned. So I would rather see us look at this a little more closely and what the effects are going to be and what the desires and needs are. And so that's why I won't support it at this time, and I would love to hear the staff come back with more reason why we need to change these 2 items in particular, and how we can also make sure we don't impact approvals that we've already done or property where it's being put into more less dense property. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, Councilmember Purinton.
Well, I too am concerned, especially, I guess I'm more for the listing a little bit more to the N2. I know that the Home Builders Association had some issues, I believe it's with N2 in new development. I don't know if this is coming out of part of their discussion or how that will impact newer neighborhoods. 5 feet on either side is not really very much. And I am assuming that that's going to include the 40% garage. Is that correct? Or is that a different?
The N2 zone district allows 50% of the building to facade to be in garage door opening.
Okay.
So if you had a 110-foot wide building, you could have 55 feet in garage door opening. That's a lot.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, frankly, if you drive in the, what is the name of that neighborhood? North of Shiloh, around 38th Street West, Norwood, Province, Avenue F, Avenue D, there's a lot of 105, 110-foot wide duplexes there in an N2 zone. Those only have 5-foot setbacks on each side. That's the minimum. 5-foot setback is what you had in your old code, it's what you have in your new code. So there's no change there. The Home Builders Association, I haven't dug deeply and tried to figure out a lot of their concerns with the N2. I know we're still talking with them quite frequently about those code requirements in the N2 zone district. And we've talked about allowing some more flexibility within that.
And Nicole, I apologize, I'm just going to interrupt you, though. Do any of the proposed changes that we're talking about on line 2 of 300.4A or line 2 of 300.7A deal with N2?
The first one does. 304A is N2.
Okay.
307A is NX2 and NX3.
Okay, so we're really talking about the first one. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Further discussion on the motion, Councilmember Gillett?
I will support approving this change. I think it does give some more flexibility for it doesn't mean that, a developer has to use that all, but there may be some good reason at times. With regard to the Annex 2 and 3, I guess I'm not concerned about people making 5-foot wide lots or something like that, in part because there is a market, it still has to be sellable, but also there is a building code minimum that a bedroom needs to be a certain width, that basically you end up with units that are at least 8 feet wide. So I guess I'm not too concerned about there being, crane slum conditions.
Okay, any further discussion before we proceed to a vote on the motion? Okay, anything else? Not seeing any, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval of those 2 lines that were previously accepted. So is the motion clear? Okay, so if in favor of the motion for approval of those 2 lines, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, I heard council members Neese, Owen, and Boyette and Purington. Is that correct? You voted in favor. Okay, so voting in opposition, Boyette, Neese, and Owen. All other council members voted in favor. So that motion passes. That then concludes item number 4, bring us to item number 5. Denise, would you read item number 5?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance amending section 7-2024, 7-2034, 7-2043, 7-2052, 7-2058, and 7-2063, Billings, Montana City Code, to change the minimum age requirements for employees of marijuana businesses. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our City Attorney, Gina Dahl, is our presenter. Gina.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Back in November, council passed an ordinance which established regulations for all categories of marijuana businesses within the city limits. The ordinance became effective in December. It was, as part of those regulations, it established a minimum age for employees, that marijuana businesses were only permitted to hire employees that were 21 years of age or older. However, state law does permit, well, it's a little confusing. State law it states in the licensing sections under 16-12-207 that a person under 21 years of age is not permitted inside a marijuana business unless the person's a registered cardholder. But then the next statute, which talks about restrictions on licenses, it establishes a minimum age for employees or volunteers to be 18. So the regulation allows for, it's confusing. It's assumed that that first section is with regard more to patrons or clients or customers, and that the second one applies to employees or volunteers. So our local ordinance, what we established here was, when we developed our regulations, we included the provision that in order to obtain and retain a license, that all employees, principals, applicants, registered manager should all be 21 or older. While this local regulation that was established is different from state law, there is express authority for local governments to regulate these businesses, and that's set forth in 16-12-301. In order to protect the public health, safety, or welfare, a local government may regulate these businesses, the marijuana businesses that operate within their jurisdictional area. There is further express statutory authority to regulate differently from state law, and that's in section 7-1-113, which provides that a local government with self-governing powers can exercise any power as long as it is not inconsistent with state law. A regulation is only inconsistent if it establishes standards that are less strict than state standards. So here, the regulation that was established was more strict, which is not inconsistent with state law. However, even though our in an effort to minimize confusion for potential new businesses and to minimize disruption for ongoing businesses, staff is proposing the amendment to allow the local regulation to be the same as what was required under state law or allowed under state law. So this will hopefully result in maybe more employment opportunities for both employers and employees. So this is what the proposed amendment looks like. The proposed ordinance is attached to the staff memo. This is what the proposed amendment looks like for each section. It would apply to each type of marijuana business, each category of marijuana business, and there are 6 of them. So there are 6 separate sections. And as you heard Denise read the agenda item, she listed all those numbers. This is what it would look like for each and every one. The medical, retail, cultivator, transporter, manufacturer, and testing lab. So the proposed ordinance contains amendments to all 6 sections of the regulations. And as you can see, I've got the example 7-20 with the blank because it's 20, 24, 20, 34, 20, and so on. I don't have them all memorized. Pretty simple, straightforward amendments. That's all I have for you. If you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. We started with Ward 1 last time with questions, so Ward 2. Any questions for Gina? We'll go this way.
Thank you, Mayor. So Gina, did I understand you said that the current ordinance regulating it at 21, the city does have the authority to set the limit at 21 because it's more restricted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Braun?
Yeah. So I don't know, Gina, if you're the right person to answer this, or if it's Wyeth or whomever it is, so whomever wants you can jump in. But I think my concern is about air quality standard. So I don't know, I don't know how aggressively that's enforced. I don't know how aggressively it's regulated. I don't know if it is inspected on complaint or if there's proactive work to address air quality issues. But I think my concern on this, on lowering the age, centers on air quality. So whomever can speak to that would be great.
I am not sure that I can speak to it. I don't actually recall, I know that there are provisions in our ordinance addressing the air quality. I honestly can't remember what the requirements are off the top of my head.
Okay.
But we don't have any businesses, well, there is a business now who has applied for a business license, has not yet been granted that business license, so I don't know that they've been inspected or checked out or anything, and I don't know if Wyeth can address that. Is there anything else to say about that? Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
You
if
satisfied?
they can't answer it, they can't answer it. No,
Okay.
you're fine.
All right, Councilmember Joy?
No, thank you.
Anything? Gina, could you just put the state law provision back on the screen that establishes the 21-year age limit for someone unless they are a card holder? So 27-16-1207, state law provides a person under 21 years of age is not permitted inside a marijuana business unless the person is a registered card holder. So even if we allow 18-year-olds, assuming they are in a marijuana business, there is still an issue, isn't there, about whether to do so is a violation of state law. And that's between the marijuana business owner and the state of Montana, not us. But am I understanding that question is still out there?
There is some confusion with some of these statutes contained in the Montana Marijuana Regulation and Tax Act. This first provision, this subsection 207 that you've just read, is presumed to apply to the licensing criteria that how the Department of Revenue decides to issue their license. That this is one of the criteria. It's also presumed that that provision, a person is not allowed into a marijuana business unless they're 21 or older, unless they're a registered card holder. That is presumed to apply to customers and clients. It doesn't specifically say that, but because of the next statute, which is the restrictions on licenses, this subsection 208, which establishes some more specific information regarding employees and volunteers. They have to be at least 18 years of age. There is some conflict, there is some confusion, but my interpretation would be that that second statute under subsection 208, or part 208, would be the more specific.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Trickey, Tidswell, Parrington.
So have you heard whether or not the state is looking at some of these conflicting statutes that are in the code right now?
I haven't specifically, no, I haven't spoken with anybody. I am assuming, though, that because there is a lot of confusion across the state, that some legislator is looking at that, but I don't have any detailed information for you. I would be happy to kind of poke and prod.
Well, I think that's important to know that, for one thing. That I think there was compelling evidence whenever we came up with the 18 years of age, that my flavor is at this point would stick with it.
Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Ipsis, Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Gulick. Okay, we'll open up for public hearing on this item then. Item number 5, if somebody would like to comment on item number 5, this proposed ordinance change, please come forward to the podium. Just ask that you tell us your name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment on item number 5? I don't see any. No one's online. Kevin? Okay, so we have no public comment on item number 5. We will close the public hearing. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance amending sections 7-2024, 7-2034, 7-2043, 7-2052, 7-2058, 7-2063, Billings, Montana City Code to change the minimum age requirements for employees of marijuana businesses as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Chiriki. Okay, discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, I won't support the motion. I think that the city does have the legal right to enforce the 21. I think that when we discussed this the last time, and it was voted on by the council, that was the age agreed upon. I think there's, it doesn't make some of the business owners happy about this, but, I think there was a good reason why we did it the first time. So I don't think we should change it based upon some of the reasons that given to us in the past. So I won't support this, and I hope we make sure that we're protecting the youth out there. Councilwoman Owen mentioned some things as well about air quality. I don't know how many visited those places I have, and only for an hour or so, and it's pretty intoxicating as far as the smell. To be working there all day would be, quite a bit. And I know we have some things about air quality in there, but I don't know how much that has to do with the retail side of things. And again, I think we should continue on with what we've actually approved last year, give it a chance to run, and see how it goes.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Any other comments on the motion before we proceed to a vote? If not, we will proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval. Item number 5, that ordinance change from 18 to from 21 down to 18 for employees. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, council members Neese, Owen, and Purington. All the council members voted in favor. Motion passes, whatever the math is, 8-3. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes item number 5. Item number 6. We have a joint hearing on item 6A1 and 2. So Denise, if you would read both 6A little I and 6A little 2.
Okay. This is for Shiloh Farm LLC. It's a joint public hearing for annexation 2201 and zone change 1008. Resolution for annexation 2201, a parcel of land located north of Zoo Drive and west of Shiloh Road. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of council or of staff recommendation. And then we will have a public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1008, a zone change near the intersection of Shiloh Road and Zoo Drive. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action is approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Monica will make the presentation on 6A little I, and then will we have then a second presentation by Karen?
Me tonight.
Okay.
And let me just start by saying I've been waiting for this moment all night.
Yeah.
So, good evening, council. Before you have a presentation for an annexation petition and a zone change. Just want to always take a minute to do a little bit of housekeeping. There is some interconnectedness of the items before you in this package. As you know, you have a petition for annexation. You also have a zone change. There is an annexation agreement, which I will address later on in the presentation, and there's also a ward boundary ordinance. And that's to change the ward in which the property is located so that it's represented. That won't have a presentation, but it does have a separate hearing. The other items we'll talk about collectively in this presentation. So I will assume that we are good to go moving forward. All right, so let's also do a little bit of background for planned neighborhood developments. This is a new zoning tool that I think you guys are getting plenty of use and practice at, which is great. They are specifically designed to be concurrent with the annexation process. They do allow for phasing. This development is not proposing phasing. And it does provide some new detail that we wouldn't have had otherwise in past zone changes. We're still finding that there are benefits related to predictability, planability, and also entitling the property with the city as opposed to going with the county. So this is the exhibit that is attached to the annexation resolution, and it is the triangular piece of property located south of the BBWA Canal and west of Shiloh. This is the limits of annexation map. All the area to the east that's shown in white is in the city limits. So this would be on the other side of Shiloh, but is clearly contemplated in the red petition area. This is an aerial, just to kind of get your bearings. Here is Zoo Drive. Here's where you would turn to go on to Gable and go to these businesses. So if you take a hard right out of the roundabout, you're looking at the property that would be on the west. It is basically surrounded by undeveloped land. This property here is city-owned on the other side of the BBWA Canal, and obviously was the past site of Knife River. Otherwise, just to kind of zoom in a little bit more, to hopefully provide some bearings and references to businesses closer here. So the area is presently zoned agricultural. Across the road on Shiloh, we've got heavy commercial. So even though it's undeveloped, it is already entitled in the city. Immediately to the south, and across the BBWA, we've got agricultural. And then we move into rural residential 1, which is a county zone, as well as neighborhood mixed use. This is the proposed layout for the neighborhood plan development. The neighborhood planned development states that you have to pick 2 end districts and also include a P district. So basically the disbursement is that a majority of the development right here would be zoned N2. This would be neighborhood office. And the P1 would be an area that is adjacent to the BBWA. And the percentages are broken down there for you. Have a few photos that we'll go through. This is just the generic posting photo. Also, I think it's important to reference, this is the BBWA Canal. So it is elevated from the property. This is coming out of the roundabout. So if we were taking that hard right onto Shiloh, this right here is the subject property. Also in that same area, this would be immediately to the east of that turn there. So just trying to provide more context. This is looking south on Shiloh. So this would be the BBWA here. This is that slope that we were discussing, and here is the subject property. This would be the roundabout. Just another closer view of the subject property. This would be looking due west. And just again for reference, these buildings down here are your Gable Road developments. Sorry, east, my apologies. And again, just another view south so that you can see that there is an existing shared use path adjacent to the property. Okay, so moving into the zone change criteria, there are 10 criteria which have been considered by the Zoning Commission. The Zoning Commission did hold a hearing on April the 5th, at which there was no public testimony. There was very limited discussion by the Zoning Commission, and it was determined that they unanimously recommended on a 5-0 vote approval of the planned neighborhood development zone change. Some of the items specifically in the findings are related to the growth policy and the neighborhood plan, as well as the compatibility of the districts that were chosen, and just compatibility to the area in general. So moving on to the annexation piece of things, it has been evaluated against the annexation policy criteria. It is located within the limits of annexation. There is the ability to provide services. There's lots of activity along that corridor and already annexed property in the city. Any proposed public improvements would be annexed to meet city standards. This would be handled through the annexation agreement as well as a waiver of right to protest. And that the development would be in compliance with zoning and site regulations. Do you just want to reiterate what City Administrator Kukulski mentioned earlier, that there do need to be 2 minor changes to the annexation resolution. This is actually the corrected version. So in what was in your packet right here, it said development agreement. And then these words, among other provisions, were not included. So those are minor changes that I would ask that you consider tonight. In regards to the 45 working days, I am going to take a few minutes to talk about the annexation agreement. Today, the mayor shared information with us about wanting to add additional information to the annexation agreement, specifically as it relates to the BBWA and some of the risks that can be involved with developments in such close proximity, especially to such a major canal. So we did share that information today with the applicant's agent. I know that the applicant's agent intends to speak. They would like more time to review this language. Getting it today in the middle of the day, they just did not have enough time to have their legal counsel for the developer adequately review it. And so the idea would be that they would have time to review it and it would come back at your next regular meeting. And this is totally okay. It doesn't stop what we're doing. We can still act on the zone change as well as the annexation, specifically because the way that the condition reads, they have 45 days for a mutually agreeable development agreement. So I do know that they are asking for delay of that specific item. And I'm sure the applicant's agent will touch more on that. This just kind of reiterates what I just said about having the 45-day window to accomplish that. And you don't have to discuss this now with this public hearing, but during, obviously, item 6B, you would consider the delay. If you didn't want to consider a delay because of the way that the condition reads, that it's a mutually agreeable development agreement, then basically they don't agree and they wouldn't meet the condition, and obviously we'd need to go back to the drawing board. I don't think that would be a wise use of anyone's time or resources, so I would urge you to consider just delay. So in closing, it is staff's recommendation that you hold a joint public hearing taking comment on both the annexation and the proposed zone change. If you fail to approve the annexation, you would not be able to consider the zone change or other associated items. So with that, I will end my presentation and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very, very much, Monica. I'm just going to jump into what's fresh on people's mind about the possible delay on changing the development agreement. You were addressing the language that I sent out that was really aimed more at the city's interest. And delaying that is just fine with me, and I think good, because we want to make sure the developer is on board and everybody's rowing in the same direction. But today also we got correspondence from BBWA asking that more specific issues be addressed vis-a-vis the ditch company and the ditch, specifically setback, distance, limitations on vegetation, on the slope, things like that. I'm assuming that if we put off approval of a development agreement, we would use that time also to bring the BBWA into the discussion and with the developer to see if they can work out those sort of details. The nice thing here is that P1 zoning strip makes for a pretty nice setback, whatever the width is. But anyway, is that the case? We would also use that time to address the BBWA issues.
Sure, absolutely, Mayor. Facilitating getting those two parties together is absolutely something that we're able, can, and will do in the interim. I will say that given that this is an agreement between the city and the applicant, and not necessarily the BBWA, and it's a two-party thing, I expect that there will be some conversation about what are the appropriate limits of the BBWA's participation in that.
Sure.
But definitely.
How much we want to
will
carry their
facilitate.
water. And,
Literally.
pun intended. Okay, we'll start with Ward 3 on our question round. Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Treacy.
No question.
Councilmember Tidswell, Carrington.
Just a real quick clarification, because in your presentation, and even with you discussing this with the mayor, are you interchanging annexation agreement and development agreement?
I probably am.
Okay.
Old habits die hard. It is the direction from the city administrator to call these annexation agreements. The resolution is now calling them annexation agreements, and in the presentation it does. So if I said development, I was intending annexation. We are absolutely talking about the same thing.
Okay, Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I saw an earlier draft that had the P1, the parkland, running north and south between the N2 and the neighborhood office. Whose idea was it to put it next to the ditch, the parkland?
I think that it's a combination of things. As you know, I've been discussing with council just kind of how we go through land use processes, and some of the things and feedback that we've seen, not that anybody said, oh, we want to see trails next to ditches, but where that P1 was, maybe originally intended, it went to nowhere and it served very little value. Between the two districts, NO, which also allows for residential units outright, you don't have to have a commercial component there. So it was a linear park strip that connected to nowhere. With this, we believe that it provides higher value, discussed with the developer if they would be willing to change it, because with that shared use path adjacent to Shiloh and the property, you can actually get a pretty good trail network going and connecting, and you're able to loop through the neighborhood. You could go in the middle, get to that trail, come out along Shiloh. It actually makes that space more usable, and the developer was very much open to that feedback. So that's a perfect example of how, we exchange information through the process.
Just to follow up. So it was the staff's idea to change it versus the developer?
Councilmember Boyette, I wouldn't say that it was staff's idea, but I think for sure part of what we do with any of our applicants is raise what do we think or project would be red flags. The developer could have easily just said, okay, I still don't want to change it. It wasn't a requirement to change it. It's just feedback and observation. I listen to all of your discussion every meeting. I really do. I take it to heart. It's not just going in one ear and out the other. And so, when I'm hearing certain things on a regular basis, I don't want to discount them. And I want to make sure that, our customers that we're working with, those things are made known to them, because I think that that's an important part of the process.
One last one.
Go ahead.
Growing up, my mother didn't say go play by the big ditch. She usually said stay away from the big ditch. Go play somewhere else. It seems like our policy lately is putting parkland along all the ditches wherever we're at. It seems like that's the direction that maybe staff is directing us. I don't agree with parkland being next to ditches. I guess I'd rather have an open land. I really like that idea where the kids could play safely. And plus they don't own the ditch. There's property rights for the ditch people, for people not to be on the ditch. So just an observation that it seems like we're focusing on ditches now for parkland rather than safer areas.
Thank you. Councilor Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Monica, just a couple quick ones. One, throughout the applicant letter, it talks about a mixture of green spaces and larger park spaces, open space and park areas located throughout the project, but we don't see any of that P1 in the plan. Why not?
Sure.
Because there's no way to actually make sure that actually happens unless it's on the zoning map, right?
Right. So, Councilmember Rupsis, I think this is something that we're going to keep running into, right? Because the way that the planned neighborhood development works is it says you just have to show a minimum of 2. And so however they want to show that 2, that P1, is really up to them. If they, as you know, they can develop things through the master site plan process, and they can design and arrange the home sites to have, you know, this more private type open space. And so, yes, they may very well intend to accomplish that, but they're not intending to accomplish it with the P1 zone. I know that's not what you want to hear, but that is
Okay.
the truth.
So then also, this is, I think, the first time this year that we've seen a neighborhood office zone come through. Can you tell us more about what that neighborhood office is? Did you just make a reference that it could very well just be more residential, and or is this going to be commercial office space? Because we're not supposed to be putting residential right on major arterials like Shiloh and.
Sure. So the neighborhood office is, it's the least intense. You know, if you were to think of zoning on a hierarchy, it's the least intense of the commercial type uses. It is an acceptable district to be located along an arterial. There is not any sort of exception language that says if you use the neighborhood office as primary residential uses only, that it can't be there. Unlike other commercial districts, like our neighborhood mixed uses or our CMUs, where there are location requirements for the residential living units, like they need to be in the back half of the building or they need to be upstairs, the neighborhood office has none of that. So it could literally look exactly like the N2 if that were the intent of the developer. You know, we of course always hope that using our high value frontages and arterials are going to be used with more higher intensity uses, but the neighborhood office is more just office scale, not retail, not drive-through, just
So this could very well just be N2 and completely eliminating our efforts to have, you know, a diverse mix of uses here on this property.
It very well could be, yes, because of what is allowed in the NO district. The only way to prevent that would be through amending the code to take out residential as a primary use in the NO district.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Gulick, Councilmember Neese. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. That's an interesting thing. You found a flaw there. I think maybe we should revisit that to see how we can eliminate. If that's the desire of the city and the council, is to have multiple districts, this kind of eliminates that. So good catch on that. I have Monica.
Hey. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I should quit right there while I'm ahead. So one of the things is I looked at the map and the roundabout there, they have, I think, 2 access points along Shiloh, but I'm assuming they probably can't turn left across Shiloh into the property. So their only way they're going to access this is coming down Shiloh or when that roundabout finally is developed. So
Sure. So great question about access. Shiloh is a controlled access roadway. There is a median here, so you're correct. There are no left turns here. This right here, it would be a right in, right out access only. The developer is in the process of going to the MDT, because MDT Transportation Commission actually would have to make a determination on the second point of access. And basically it would, the Transportation Commission on May 9th, I believe it is, or early May, would decide if they would approve that as a second right-in, right-out. So people would, if you were exiting, you would need to leave, go down to the roundabout and come back up. We've got examples of that. If for some reason MDT were to not approve that second access, then that creates an issue of, okay, well then what can be built here on one access, or what is the process for getting approval for an emergency access? The annexation agreement, I believe, does contemplate an emergency access if necessary. The Zoo Drive here, this is different ownership. The developer has gone to the folks who own this property and did try. In fact, the reason why you're just now seeing annexation 22-01 when we've already voted on, 3 and 4 is because the application was put on hold while they were trying to negotiate that access. Unfortunately, they were not able to come to any sort of agreement to acquire that right now. However, because we know that this is going to develop at some point in time and we want to have access down here, that's why, in addition to, it would have been required, because of the regulations, but we wanted to expressly state it in the development agreement to have that connection to the south, because eventually, obviously, it would make most sense for people to exit down to the right of way or down to the roundabout instead of taking the right outs only. So they do have some things to work out related to access and what that could look like in the interim, but they are making their steps with MDT to figure out the second access.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, if you mind, so I think I sent you those emails about the two access to the south, and I'm pretty comfortable with leaving that with the staff because I think it needs to have that, but I am now concerned about the potential no access, how that may change. But my real concern is and we'll get to it when we do it, but we talked a little bit about that linear park. That's something we've seen a lot of now. And initially, I guess they're starting to grow on me. Initially, I didn't like them, but they are starting to grow on me a little bit. I think Councilmember Shaw mentioned how that one we approved where it goes kind of around. It's like, there are some things. I like to get out and walk around the neighborhood. I walk along the ditch where I'm at, and it is nice. And so something like this could be useful, but I don't think the access is enough. And I don't know if our code properly addresses access for linear parks like this, especially when they're behind a lot of residentials. And so I just would like you to address my email that I asked about trying to give more access to this. I think I recommended, every 400 feet, some kind of access. You said 400 to 600, which I think is reasonable. Would you address that and how we can make sure that these type of parks are accessed by residents?
Sure. So what Councilmember Neese is referring to is right here, we have two accesses that are being proposed to the P1 area. Some of his observations were that, these don't appear to be evenly dispersed throughout the neighborhood, which could actually deter people from maybe using it the way that it should be used. In looking at the P&D and the connectivity requirements and looking at block face, maximum block face length requirements as well as perimeter requirements, there's definite direction about where there needs to be street, interruptions to keep that type of access circulating. But that part of the code does not do anything to provide any sort of guidance about, well, what are the parameters for when there needs to be pedestrian access. There is a portion in there that basically says when you have a maximum block length of 800 feet that, mid-block, there needs to be a pedestrian access. So Councilmember Neese, I think in keeping with that idea of like mid-block and okay, if that's every 400 feet, then maybe parkland should be every 400 feet. And so, with that notion, the idea would be basically to take the total of this length here, which is about 1880 some feet, and basically just require a pedestrian access every 400 feet. Of course, I responded in saying that, council can absolutely, consider an amendment to the annexation agreement to specify that there would be more accesses. I was a little worried that maybe 400, on the dot wouldn't provide some flexibility. It could be a unique property with drainage or just anything topography related. So I suggested, maybe even considering a range to say that, okay, every 400 to 600 feet or whatever council would find as an appropriate range, that there would need to be accesses provided. Is that covered?
It does.
pretty
Thank
well?
you. Thank you very much. And Mayor, to that point, I think if we're going to delay the annexation agreement for approval, I would like to make sure that we at least amend the agreement with that we would present to them when they go to delay, so they can consider that the additional requirement of spacing in there.
So that would give time for the parties to come up with some proposal. Yeah, I don't personally see a need for 4 of them in there, but maybe adding another one if it that would be close to the road or, run perpendicular to that road. But I guess. What's that?
How far apart are those?
These right here are, I believe if I'm recalling correctly, somewhere about like 200, it's about 252 feet. So they're not that far apart.
Less than a football field. Okay.
Certainly.
Okay. We're running through questions. Council members Owen, Joy, Councilmember Owen?
Is the purple here on your map, is that where, if Costco moves, that's where they're projected to go? Purple,
yes.
pink, I don't know what you call
Yes.
that, but across the street?
Sorry.
Oh, kitty corner? Yeah.
Oh, down there. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Bottom right, got it.
Anything else, Councilmember?
Yeah, so when, I saw in here that the city's working with MDT on traffic studies and they're assessing, pedestrians and transit and all that. Even though that potential Costco move is further behind, does that projection get included in the sort of impact assessment for this area, just so we're thinking comprehensively?
I might have to actually defer to Scott, the applicant's agent, and push that question to him, just because I'm not exactly sure how they use their modeling, or is it just based on general uses or exactly. So I think he can actually provide more on that.
Okay, anything else? Okay, I think we've gone through our questions, so let's open up this is a joint public hearing on both the annexation application and the zone change. So we'll open up for public comment. Scott, if you need extra 5 seconds, we'll even give it to you. But if you can tell us your name and address.
Scott Aspenleiter with Performance Engineering, 608 North 29th Street, agent for the landowner and developer. So, this stuff is generally pretty straightforward. We are working out the access issue with MDT. We had proposed doing an emergency access that would be temporary in nature, which is what's shown there, which would then be removed permanently, and the right-of-way within Shiloh would be restored once there was connectivity to the south. That's where we started with access. MDT was good with that. In working with fire and public works, nobody really likes temporary accesses. What we were proposing was different than the typical temporary access. MDT would not require or would not allow for a gravel temporary access, which is what you generally see and what fire does not like because they're unmaintainable. MDT would require that to be fully paved to a 34-foot width, meeting emergency vehicle use, just like it would be a normal gated with an emergency gate for EMS services. So I had that conversation with Chief Valdez. That spawned a conversation further with Public Works, and we ended up back with MDT talking about what it would take to get a second permanent access approved. In full transparency, I am your District 5 Transportation Commissioner for MDT. So I will be recusing myself when this comes before the Transportation Commission in June, not in May. It'll be late June when we meet in Butte. This is access controlled. There is a raised median in Shiloh. There will be no, it is right in, right out only, and that's all it can ever be. We're not opposed to any scenario. I mean, I think it's better for all involved if we can fit two right in, right out accesses. I'll tell you, as a developer, proposing that, the answer was no immediately, because in the access control statute that was created when Shiloh was improved, it very specifically states in there and explicitly states that there will not be a second access between Zoo Drive and Hesper. So working with city and Public Works, your Public Works folks have more pull than I do in my own MDT, apparently. The city encouraged MDT to reconsider that. I think that's good for everybody involved. I get a high sense that we will be able to fit a second access in there. We're working on some schematic layouts to present to MDT for consideration on that and Public Works, but that's in the process at the moment. So from an access standpoint, that's really where things are. With respect to Parkland and Linear Park, we took this suggestion in the conversation from Public Works as feedback from what you all have been giving to other applicants. I think we were fully happy to move that and make use of that. It also acts as a good buffer with BBWA, and it probably does provide some better connectivity along the perimeter, with the hope that the developer on the south would also continue that along to the southwest, down towards the zoo, and then come back out north of the zoo. That would create a nice loop for the neighborhood. It made sense, so we made the change. No big deal. So from the map and from how that's all presented, I think we're happy with where we landed there. The access stuff, I'm confident we will get resolved and ironed out. We are gonna suggest some modification to that access language, just so that we're all very clear about what that looks like, and what we're proposing is adding back in that the option for an emergency access should everything fall apart on a second full access on Shiloh, that we do have the option to do an emergency access, and limit, though, at that point, that only 50% of the development capacity of the land, which would be about 70 to 80 doors, 70 to 80 units, would be the max build out until a second full access was created to the south, at which time that emergency access would be removed, fully reclaimed, and go away permanently, and you'd have 2 points of access, ingress, egress that way. That's where we started. I think it's wise to still leave us an out in doing that, even though I think we're gonna get to the point where we have 2 full accesses on Shiloh. With respect to the annexation agreement, I'm gonna call it development agreement for 6 more months, because that's what we've called it forever. But the annexation agreement, the indemnification language, I think in general, I don't have much opposition to that, except for the last sentence. That reads very clearly to me that what you are stating is that the landowner at any point in time is responsible for defending the city if somebody decides to sue the city for something that happens within the BBWA. I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think it's appropriate. I have no problem indemnifying the city in this developer suing the city because something happens with subsidence. All that language up in the first part of it makes total sense, and we are completely comfortable with. The last sentence, I don't think we would accept in an indemnification, which kind of brings me to my last comment. It's a little frustrating, honestly, to have spent 3 months working through an annexation agreement and 5 hours before a council hearing have indemnification language dropped on me with 5 hours to figure out if I'm comfortable with that and have that postpone our project. That's not how we should be doing business. That's not the kind of partnership that we expect from the city. And, you know, we're flexible, we work with things, but we should be doing better as a city of Billings. This is not the way that we should do business, and I would hope that we can improve this process. We work on these development agreements for months and months and months. We'll do the best we can, and we work through a number of maturations on it, but I ask that you keep that in mind. You know, these things take time, and when we have to postpone, that also postpones closing, it postpones financial obligations, and the dominoes fall from there. So please keep that in mind as you're moving forward with this, not just with this project, but other projects. Yes.
Do it again?
No. With respect to the traffic study, MDT does look at those things as a collective whole, because Shiloh is an MDT route. MDT will take all those things into consideration. As we do a traffic study and will for this property, we'll forecast what our traffic projection and trip generation is coming off of this development on top of the existing data that is there. MDT then takes and so we don't take into account and try to project, you know, Costco and other developments unless they're existing. MDT and your city staff take these and look at these as a collective whole. We will focus on what we do and how we impact it, and the regulating authorities take all of that information as a whole. So with that, I think those covered the vast majority of the questions and comments as far as I had. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
You know, Scott, I bet you we will have lots of questions for you. Why don't you just stand to the side, and I'm going to ask whether there's anybody else who has any public comment on this item, and then we'll come back to you once we've closed the public hearing. Is there any other commentary on this item? Any other public comment before we close the public hearing? Any other public comment? Nobody online? Public hearing is closed. Back to Scott. Questions? We'll start down here and kind of move this direction. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Scott, can you address the linear park access comment I made about doing a 400 to 600 feet so the residents actually can access the linear park the whole way?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Neese, I don't have a problem with putting something like that in as far as access. Is what I would ask not to do is to determine specific locations at this point, because we don't have a firm layout with a building footprint, and we don't know how specifically those are going to fall. I think 400 feet may be a little bit too tight. I do like Monica's suggestion of saying, giving us a range. Minimum spacing of 400 feet and a maximum spacing of 600 feet feels appropriate in this area. I think we could get 3 access points on that fairly easily and accommodate what you're looking for. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, another question. I know we can't condition for any type of building or anything like that, but what do you know what the developer has planned for the NO property?
It'll be multifamily.
Okay.
So it'll be 6 and 8 unit buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions here? Councilmember Trickey and Purington?
Yeah, excuse me. So I'm looking at the satellite map of that area right now, and I see that there is an approach already sitting in there. Is that location going to be one of the ones that you're talking about here, or would it have to be moved?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Chiriki, that location is shown as the north approach currently. In our conversations with MDT, if we can fit a second access in, MDT wants us to fit that second access in as close to 500 feet north of the roundabout as possible. If we fit that in, we're probably going to have to take out that existing approach and slide it probably another 75 to 100 feet north. We can't go much further because if you remember driving on Shiloh, the grade gets pretty steep. So we can't go much further north Probably another 75 feet is where that would slide to fit those two full access points in. But yeah, that north access is real close to where that existing one is.
Councilmember Purchin?
Yeah, I just wanted you to explain a little bit more about the neighborhood office use, because you're saying multifamily. And then what about the N2? This may not be the appropriate time for this, because I know that would go with the zoning, but.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Parrington, at the risk of,
Keeping us here till midnight.
Yeah. The intent here is to get a higher density residential use on the frontage. That's what's intended. That's what we're proposing. Very similar and pretty much the same as what we did last year out on Elysian Road at the corner of Elysian, well, it's not at the corner, it's on Elysian Road, just west of Malawi, down in that, Harmony Meadows subdivision. It'll be 6 and 8-plex, 2-story buildings meeting the residential requirements. And then the N2, would be duplex development. So higher density, 2-story in the NO, single level duplex development on the N2.
Okay. And just one follow-up. And so could you just share your thoughts about the canal? What they've come up with, and I know that, the mayor's come up with his concerns. So sure. How would you address those?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Parrington, again, I think we're open to trying to do the right thing by the BBWA. I think that buffer helps. We can't go in, that's a dedicated right of way. We can't go in and plant trees on the canal bank. We can't go in and disturb the canal bank. We can't cut into the canal bank. We can't do anything to negatively impact that. That's not just because that's their right of way, that's also state law. I know that the city is very sensitive, and so is BBWA, based on some of the other things that have happened in other parts of the town. I mean, frankly, we've advised our client to be cautious about how we approach this as well. I don't think it is appropriate or it is the right venue to use an annexation agreement to try to force an agreement between two private parties, to use a city government to try to force two private parties to come to an agreement. Particularly if I don't know what the BBWA is requesting. We haven't had that conversation yet, but if that request is to include some type of improvements to their facilities, I think that would be very inappropriate to include in an annexation agreement. We are committed to doing the best we can to make sure that we address their issues, and I'm happy to do that. The other part of my business is doing irrigation and irrigated ag for, big Bureau of Reclamation facilities, much larger than BBWA. I understand that and respect that point of view, and we try to do the best we can for our clients to prevent any kind of harm in the future. I'm happy to have the conversation. I'm cautious about committing to including anything in an annexation agreement that would be suggested by two private parties, I guess is how I would answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Boyette Ripsis, Councilmember Ripsis.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't know, this might be better for Monica. So it sounds like the NO is actually NX2. And without kind of the transparency ahead of time, I don't know off the top of my head what all the differences between NO and X2 are. Why would one have been picked over the other, and what are the differences that we need to think about as we're considering this?
Councilmember Rupsis, I'm probably only going to be able to scratch the surface with that question just because, Nicole's our wealth of knowledge when it comes to the zoning code. The neighborhood office is really intended to mix well with all different types of residential development. I would say that it's unique in the sense that it allows independently both uses to be primary. You could just have office space, you could just have living space. Had they proposed NX2 here or anything like that, they're not getting out of any sort of standards when it comes to multifamily that I can think of right off the top of my head. I probably would like to make sure that I'm stating that correctly and reply to you in an email on that. But I think that where I see the biggest difference is that it could just be, if you think about neighborhood office anywhere else in the city of Billings and not right here, let's just say it's maybe, along Broadwater somewhere, close further on the west end where there's single family houses, and then you have, a couple of commercial cores. You could have neighborhood office right next to, a single family home. You could have a single family home in neighborhood office. That's my understanding. So it doesn't have the location requirements of like the other commercial districts. That's the biggest difference in where and how those residential uses can be applied, to my knowledge. Am I forgetting something obvious?
No, I'll just add, I think you're on track in terms of, I think to what Monica's saying, and when you look at the NO, it's designed to potentially have some residential and then some small commercial, like it talks, if you read in the code, it talks about corners and like having, if you imagine a small office at a corner and then residential adjacent and along a block. And so I think that's the idea of where if you want to be able to mix things, you can mix them very easily in there. The setbacks are you're very close to the street frontage. If you look at those, it pulls it way up. It's closer than a lot of the other districts, residential districts. So that's the idea. In this case, yeah, you can, under that NO, do only one or you can mix them, or you can do one or the other. So I think that's what's happening here. It sounds like from what they're saying, or what Scott's saying, that they're looking at just doing residential, which is an option, but you can intermingle them, and it's set up to try to create a good mix there without conflict. So that's kind of what the idea is with the NO.
Councilor Ripsa, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a little bit frustrated because we've seen a number of these P&Ds come through, and the whole idea behind this, or a lot of the driving motivation behind, some of the recode, was to get a mix of uses throughout our communities. And we're ending up with kind of the same thing every time. And I'm just kind of frustrated. I was actually excited to see neighborhood office, thinking that maybe there would be some local resources there. It might be a place where somebody could actually go work in their, insurance office and then walk home from work, or there might be a little corner drugstore or something like that, where somebody could actually have local services in their community. And now to just find out that it's just another NX2 zone, it's kind of frustrating. And maybe Scott, you could speak to the motivation of why you picked an NO versus an NX2. And it's just frustrating to see this. We saw some boards a couple weeks ago with some great, like, potential theoretical type of diagrams of mix of districts that could come out in these things when recode is being considered. We haven't seen that yet. And where's our creativity lacking here?
Well, and Councilmember Ripsis, and I'll certainly let Scott talk specifically about their project, but I think one of the things that may be that what you're illustrating and what we've seen on a few of the projects is the requirements that are currently with these PNDs. The mix is we're only currently in the code requiring a couple of districts in a couple situations. So it may be that a longer term situation here is that we're going to need to require, 3 or 4 districts, to create, to drive some of that if we're not going to see it. I think that may be something we're seeing and learning now, to your point, and that may be something that, we have to look at, the city council has to look at, because that's not what's getting selected. It's only we're getting selected of just a couple of the minimum ones and not a more robust mix. So that may be something, again, that we have to take a look at, because we are seeing certainly in some areas just a couple different residentials when that's the choice. Now there's different PNDs too, so, but yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, we don't have a motion before us, but we've had a public hearing, so I for one would like to see that. Right after I ask Scott a question. Which is, Scott, can you just, again, clarify how the ditch company occupies that property? They own their 100-foot strip in fee, not by an easement, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a right of way.
Okay, so where is the boundary line between their generally south boundary and your client's north boundary relative to the slope? Is it at the bottom of the slope, top of the slope, middle of the slope? It's basically at the top of the slope.
Toe.
The toe, the bottom of the slope.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So obviously it's the north boundary of what we would call the P1 area, but that land's basically at the base of the field.
Okay.
So
Alrighty.
bottom of the slope.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Purinton.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve Annexation 22-01 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Purinton, seconded by Councilmember Neese. Motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. Any discussion on the motion? Discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Again, the motion is for approval. Seeing no further Councilmember Ripsis, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I am going to vote against this, and I suppose we're supposed to indicate our findings of why. In terms of the 10 criteria, I'm going to find against.
And I'm sorry, I should have clarified. Councilmember Ripsis, this is on the annexation, so item 6A little I,
Okay,
although we had a joint hearing,
right.
we have
I
separate
apologize,
votes.
Mayor, but I will vote, in order to be consistent across them, I'm going to vote against all of them.
Okay, did you want to comment further?
Not specifically on the annexation.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Any further debate before we proceed to a vote on 6A little I, the resolution for annexation? And to clarify, Councilmember Purinton, in Monica's presentation, she had two minor changes in section 2 conditions, changing the word development agreement to annexation agreement and adding in the phrase among other provisions in there. Did your motion include those two technical wording changes?
Yes, please.
It did, and the second was by Councilmember Neese, and he agrees that that's consistent with his second. So if the motion is clear, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes, with the exception of Councilmember Ripsis. Council, we now have for us 6A little 2, the zone change 1008. Any further questions or motion? Is there a motion relating to this item? Councilmember Neese?
Having conducted public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance of zone change 1008 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the zoning commission.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw, second. Motion is for approval. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to get it right this time. So yeah, I'm going to vote against this again. I'm going to find contrary findings for number 2. Is this new zoning designed to secure from fire and other dangers? We've obviously had lots of discussion tonight that we're not there. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and whether or not it's between the two private parties or between the developer and the city, I don't think we're there. And then in terms of 7, 8, and 10, just in terms of the zoning, and to me, it was essentially a big disappointment that in this kind of commercial area of town, with Costco coming in and the commercial areas right across, that we're not having any kind of real commercial office space fronting Shiloh Road there. So I don't think 7, 8, or 10 are satisfied either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Motion is Councilmember Purinton.
Well, I will just say that with regard to zoning and choosing between the NO or the NX2, I think that's part of that flexibility that we spoke to during recode, is that we wanted to allow that flexibility. And maybe because this is a smaller piece of property, we don't see that real demarcation of whether or not, there could be, an office space in there, commercial space in there. And that could change. That's the whole thing. It could change. So at this point, I'll go along with recode, is that was the thing about flexibility. So.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Of course, I'm in the motion. I'll support it, but I would like the city staff to be aware of the potential conflict that this arose to the fact that, they're using NO to build residential. And so there may be something we need to do to look at the NO classification to do something to maybe even say that you have to have some commercial in there in residential, something like that. So I think we need to look at that issue, but I am comfortable with this, and once we get to the development agreement, I think that, and once the city goes through and, goes through MDT, I think the safety issues will be taken care of. It's too bad we couldn't get more of it developed. I hope that does develop in the city to the south, but for now, this is what we have on our plate, so I look forward to seeing some of that developed.
Okay, so Councilmember Owen?
I will support this project. I think it's nice to see some of this development happening. However, I just would note here in the zone change criteria, there is a note that the police and fire department had no concerns with the zone change. I think the annexation evaluation tells a slightly different story, most notably that this development and potentially the Costco development are being served by a fire station on 24th. That's a significant distance. It's significant congestion. I think as we continue to approve these projects, and I'm glad to see development coming into the city, we really need to be more attentive to the reach of city services and start thinking a little cumulatively about these impacts. So just wanted to flag that fire issue.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion, Councilmember Gulick and Boyette?
I will support the motion. I do share sentiments, though, of Councilmember Rupsis. I don't have a lot of confidence that's really going to create a really good quality neighborhood, I guess. Different people want different things, so I respect that. I think one of the interests of the whole community is being able to have neighborhoods that can support the infrastructure over time. It remains to be seen if this can. It does have a higher density with the duplexes, but until we have some sort of cost of services study, we can really deal with something on the policy level. I don't really have a lot of legs to stand on, I think, in denying it. So. It'll be probably a development that is consistent with a lot of the development we've had.
Thank you very much. Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. We spent 2.5 years on Project Recode, and I guess it never occurred to us that someone would use it against us in a sense. We thought neighborhood office would be neighborhood office, not 6 plexes or 8 plexes. So the developer figured out how to do it, so I think we have to do it. But I think we, the council, and Project Recode needs to be revisited as far as what is neighborhood office. There should be at least an office inside neighborhood office, at least one.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote then. The motion again is for approval. Item 6A(2), the proposed zone change. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes. All council members in favor, with the exception of Councilmember Rupsis. That brings us to item 6B, our proposed annexation agreement. There is no public hearing on this item. Staff, do you want to make, essentially what I'm hearing from you, Monica, is a recommendation to put this off. I guess we haven't had it read technically, so I'm going to ask Denise to read item 6B. Denise?
Yes, annexation agreement with Shiloh Farm LLC. Staff recommends approval. Action is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Monica?
Yes, so Mayor and Council, just to reiterate some of what was shared in the last item is that there are concerns that have been brought up by the mayor as well as other council members in relation to the BBWA and access. And it's our understanding that, there needs to be more time to make sure that we are able to get to a place where the agreement is mutually acceptable. No issues with delaying by way of conditions of approval. We have a 45-day window. I think it's the desire of the developer as well as staff to move this thing along as quickly as possible. And we were talking that, the next available regular meeting would be ideal. So won't expect to see it linger.
Okay, I see lots of comments. Okay, where are we at? We don't have anything. We don't have anything before us. That's why we have lots of hands. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I would like to just make a motion to delay this until staff deems it appropriate to bring it back.
Okay, and no fixed date, just in the staff's discretion as to when it would come back. Is that correct? Okay, so that is the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Tidswell? Discussion now on the motion, essentially a scheduling motion. Councilmember Neese?
If it'd be appropriate to amend it, or maybe ask for a friendly amendment to delay it, but to bring it back with including the mayor's option of the, as far as what he set out earlier, and also the linear park access change that I had recommended that Monica had mentioned that would be appropriate to put in there. At least they bring that back to us within that development agreement.
Okay, and the only thing I guess I would suggest there is that you not be wedded to my particular language, and that instead we give the city attorney in conjunction with the city administrator some discretion to negotiate with the developer, come up with acceptable language from their perspective, bring it back to us. We may or may not approve it, but I'd hate to be wedded to particular language.
Right. I guess I meant more to what your topic in the issue you brought up, more as to the exact language. My language I had submitted to Monica, she was okay with, except for the specific 400. I would just add 400 to 600 on the language I had sent her. I can read that to you if you'd like.
I think we got the concept, and again, if they have discretion to work with the developer.
Yeah.
So there'd be the issues addressed in my email, the requirements for pedestrian access to the P1 zone. Not included in that, Councilmember Neese, is working with BBWA on possible restrictions on trees or whatever else BBA might want to discuss.
No, I agree with Scott. That is between them and BBWA, and we have, as the city, have nothing to do with that.
Okay, so it was, Councilmember Shaw, it was your motion, so where are we at with your motion, and do we have a second to your motion? Councilmember Tidswell, gotcha.
So I don't want to go down the road of friendly amendments if it's going to be a big swamp, but I would say, so I will just rephrase it and say I would accept that as a friendly amendment in the sense that staff we would like to have that information come back to us with options. But again, exactly what the mayor said of not being wedded to that language, and this is obviously an agreement between two parties, so it has to be mutually agreed upon.
Okay. So it did not exclude involvement with discussions with BBWA?
I'm not adding that.
You're not adding that. Okay. Okay. So just those two topics. And Councilmember Tidswell, is that consistent with your second? Okay. So those two topics. And discussion now on the motion for that delay. Councilmember Boyer, I saw you. Councilmember Purington?
So what happens if we say we don't like the annex agreement that comes back in 45 days and we don't like it? What is the potential good or bad or whatever?
Sure. So, think of it as a relationship. You don't have to date somebody who you don't want to date. So in this case, the city would be saying, look, in order to be in business with me, this is what I need from you. And if the developer cannot rise to that occasion, then there is no agreement and we would not annex the property.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Purington?
Thank you. So I think Scott pretty well laid out what he understood were the concerns for that agreement, which I think included the canal, the MDT access, and also the pedestrian access. So I think that's part of those things. The one question that I have, though, Scott, and Monica, you said that we have 45 days. And Scott, you were saying that MDT may not have their decision until June. So is that going to be outside that 45-day window?
I think what you'll see come before you is an annexation agreement that contemplates both the right-in, right-out approval or contingency plan if that isn't approved by MDT.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion? Is there any further discussion on the motion? I'll just give council a heads up that this is kind of a unique situation when it comes to the BBWA in that we do have a pretty good distance, it sounds like, if Scott's representations are correct, that the ditch company owns all the way to the toe. And that there's a P1 strip there that acts as setback. But imagine a situation where those circumstances don't exist and we allow development into the hillside. For example, above the North Park area. Who do you think the parties are going to sue for approving development in that property? So just because this might be a relationship that involves the developer and the BBWA, it still very much involves the city. So I fully intend to vote against this. When it comes back, if there is a legitimate danger to property owners in that area, because we have the ability to control that development. But that kind of remains to be seen. I'll let BBWA carry their own water, at least in these negotiations, and tell us what they think we should do. They're not here. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Gina, you've heard of the term attractive nuisance, like a swimming pool or a big ditch. So if we're saying it's okay, we want you to build a road, a playground right next to a big ditch, are we contemplating that it's okay to have a public nuisance next to where people live? I'm just throwing that out for conjecture. Could a person, if their kid falls in playing off there, could they come back and say, well, you're the ones that allowed the people that ditched the right of way to be right next to it?
I'm not prepared to respond to that at this point. There's a lot of case law out there and statutory authority that's specific to ditches, and really affects those negligence issues and the attractive nuisance issues. So I would you really don't want me to be giving legal opinions on the fly. So I would be happy to send you some more detailed information about that, but I'm not prepared to give you some legal analysis at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion again, which is just to delay item 6B to a time to be determined by staff? Seeing no further discussion, if in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 6C. Denise, would you read item 6C?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding boundaries of Ward 5 to include recently annexed property in Annexation 22-01, a parcel located north of Zoo Drive and west of Shiloh Road. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Any presentation, Monica?
No presentation, but just a reminder for the public or anyone here. This is a ward boundary ordinance. It is required anytime property is, being annexed into the city. There is language that talks about the effective date of when the annexation resolution gets filed. And so, we're working through conditions. Don't see any reason to delay this action. It would go into ward number 5, and I'm available for questions if you have any.
Any questions for Monica? Okay, we do have to have a public hearing on this, so we'll open that up after this. Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Monica, this is, of all the ones we've seen, I think this one has a higher chance of maybe falling apart and not being done, depending on access and stuff like that. I'm assuming then this would, if we pass this tonight, this would have to be unwound later on. Is that correct?
So there's actually language in the ordinance that talks about whichever comes first, filing of the annexation resolution, because we've contemplated this before, as far as just what happens if. So it's my understanding, and Gina, help me out here if you need to, but it's my understanding that this doesn't become effective until the resolution of annexation is effective.
Great, thank you.
That's what the language addresses.
Awesome. Very good. Any other questions for Monica? Okay, thank you, Monica. We will open up for public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to be heard on item 6C, the addition of this area to Ward 5? Any public comment? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed on item 6C. Is there a motion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Rupsis, we'll put you down for a second, whether you want it or not, since these are your future constituents. Okay. If any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That concludes item 6 and brings us to item 7. Denise, would you read? Thank you. Item 7.
Tax increment financing assistance from S-Bird to Billings Logistics Center 1 LLC for public infrastructure property condition mitigations for development and demolition of abandoned infrastructure and structures located at 3218 and 3508 South Frontage Road, up to $1 million. South Billings Urban Renewal Association, SBURA Board, recommends approval. Action is approval or disapproval of SBURA Board recommendation.
Thank you very much. I think Wyeth and Jim will do some sort of a tag team presentation on this. Is that right?
Yes, I just want to kick a few things off here.
And Jim, if you would introduce yourself for anybody who
excuse me,
might not
Jim
know you.
Tevlin. I'm the consultant to the South Billings Urban Renewal Association, and we're considering a request for tax increment assistance. With us today is we've got Jeb Breeze and Bennett Snyder, who traveled here from Atlanta to talk to you about this opportunity, and it's quite big and it's quite exciting. Just to give everybody a real quick background is that this property we're looking that TPA Group LLC and is looking to develop is part of property that we recently annexed A into the city and then B into the S-Bird. And I guess what I'll do is I'll let Jeb and Bennett talk first, and then I'll follow up with some analytical remarks regarding the finances and getting a little bit of the numbers. But anyway, I'll turn it over to Jeb, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Mr. Breeze, welcome to Billings, and we apologize in advance for how long you've been sitting there and the uncomfortableness of the pews. But that's.
I noticed some people have cushions.
Yes.
I'll know next time. But no, thank you all for your time, and we're happy to be here. As Jim mentioned, my name's Jeb Breeze. My colleague Bennett Snyder. We're with a small private developer based out of Atlanta. We're TPA Group. You're probably, we do work nationwide. I think some folks have asked questions that I've met with some of you already, and I appreciate your time. We have a lot of experience primarily in industrial. We also do land. We have done some office, and we've got a multifamily and residential arm. But what we're here for is industrial. So I guess I should have pulled this slide forward. You can kind of see where we do business. We haven't closed in Billings yet, but I put Billings on there. We're optimistic. We've got work elsewhere in the Mountain West. And so y'all are probably wondering right now why a little firm out of Atlanta's, sitting here in Billings talking about doing industrial. And so the reason we are is that we started hearing from the folks we deal with all over the country, kind of investors, users, third-party logistics providers, saying, hey, do y'all have anything in Billings? Have you looked at Billings? And unfortunately, we had to say, no, but let us go take a look. And so we worked with our broker over here, Matt Robertson, with NAI Business Properties. We came out to Billings. We toured the market several times. And the more we saw, the more we liked. And I think we're seeing a lot of what the investors and the users and the other folks are seeing, which is Billings is the logistical and industrial heart of this area of the Mountain West, serving north, south, east, and west. You've got great access via the interstates. You have a great labor force, and most importantly, I think, and this is, I think, of interest to you as a city council, is you've got very low vacancy. You've got less than 2% vacancy in this city with industrial. And industrial users are typically tenants. When I say users, I mean tenants. Industrial tenants are ones for these size buildings, which we anticipate breaking down into smaller buildings, and we'll show you the buildings in a minute, is these users, they want space right now. And so they want to come up, they want to say, I need to grow from 30,000 to 50,000 or 5 to 10, and I need space now. And so if there's no product, it's a limiting growth. It's limiting growth for Billings and for the state. So I'm going to, this is the location, I'm going to go a little out of my own order here and talk to you first about what we're doing. We are talking about 2 Class A concrete tilt wall industrial buildings. These are the highest quality buildings you can build right now from an industrial standpoint. They are 200 feet deep, lengths vary. They have really nice large truck court so that trucks can maneuver without conflicting with each other. Plenty of auto parking for employees and customers to the event customers need to go here. And these buildings they're going to have a high architectural style. Here's an example. This is back when we were looking at 1 building on this site, but there will be 2 buildings that will look similar to this. How do I do the little? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so on the corners here, you can see we do high architectural features with nice color designs. And here's just what it would look like from the sides. This is what you'll be looking at from the interstate or from frontage road. You'll be looking at lots of glass, lots of architectural design. So location-wise, as you can see, we're located down here on South Frontage. Our primary access would be to the east, South Billings. And we also, I think I got a question earlier from councilperson or council member Purinton, sorry for that, about did we look at the TED? We did look at the TED. One of the things we found there is there wasn't enough water and sewer, and the cost to get water and sewer to the site that we might consider there was $2 million or more, which is way more expensive than the project could bear. And also the water pressure was not such that would support this building. When you build a building of this size, we use what they call an ESFR sprinkler system, which is a high efficiency sprinkler system. And so we need very high water pressures. So I'm trying to think what else there is. You can see here's the site before or now. That pond has been filled, but and then you can see sort of debris and structures down here. And then there's the site sort of sitting right on top of that aerial. So some of the challenges we have dealing with the site and the reason we're here with this TIF request are extensive roadway improvements, curb gutters, approach, turn lanes, traffic controls, potential off-site improvements as it relates to South Billings Boulevard if the traffic study warrants it, multi-use pedestrian sidewalks along the front. Of course, there'll be I forget what you call it, the river path along the back. We've reserved area for that, so that'll be conveyed to the city when the city requests it. And then lots of landscape improvements along the roadway to complement the building designs. Public utility extensions, as you know, the water line is being extended. We're helping with that in terms of doing all 3 owners along that stretch of property from Washington to Garden have to extend the water line. The city approved funding for that. Thank you. TPA is going to be managing that exercise as one project instead of 3 different owners managing it in an effort to save money. And we're also going to be extending power and gas. Gas is not currently at the site, but we'll be extending gas all the way down toward Garden, which will supply users on Mr. Torgerson's property to our west and Mr. Compton's property to our east. And then finally, the old mining pond, poor soil conditions, geomeshing, deep foundations. There's a lot of expense necessary to develop in this particular area. And then cleaning up the blight and stabilizing the riverbank to the extent necessary. So that was my quick presentation. I'm sure you'll have questions, but I can take it now, or Jim, is this your turn?
How do I run through some numbers? Okay. Get some questions. Mike, could you help me out here and pull up my...
We'll hold our questions till you've made your group presentation, and then we'll...
I'll be brief. It's late. I'm getting a little punchy, so I'll be as brief as I can possibly be here. One thing to just remind everybody here is that the TIF award is contingent upon the lot line adjustment that is contemplated in the closing next month. So if you think of it this way, is you've got one property and another property, and then this property there's going to be a lot line adjustment, and then TPA would be in the middle. And that closing sale of the property from the 2 different owners is scheduled to take place next month. So this award is contingent, obviously, upon that taking place. So just FYI on that. Okay. Yeah, let me use the pointer. Okay. Let me see if yeah. Okay, this is, let me see. This presentation is very similar to what I've done in prior TIF applications. And what I do here is I take the large items of cost and try to group them together And you can see, just looking at it real quickly here, we're looking at roughly a $38 million project, which in my mind, that's got a bit of a wow factor, is that, I don't know if something that big has happened, in Billings, at least not recently, for a private investor to come in. I know that there's a lot of ripple effect to this project, one of which is Jeb didn't really talk about, but there's hopefully quite a significant amount of job growth. And I'll let Jeb elaborate on that in just a little bit. But just getting into the numbers, into the mechanical side of it, looking right here, so I've grouped them into site cost, shell, offsite, and so on. And then you can see the total project cost right here. And then what I did is I put them into a column, either Montana code. This column here tends to be soft costs. This column right here is the hard costs. So what my board was looking at, and what they typically look at, is the hard cost in terms of level of funding to consider for a project. And since we want to fund, Suburra wants to fund bricks and mortar versus paper, if you would. So, okay, Wyatt, I need to go over to this next worksheet here. Help me out, Wyatt.
Here. Jump to. You want to go to the next tab?
No.
Sketch eligible?
No, all the way over. No. It's another tab. This one, payback. Yeah. Okay. We need to do this so everybody can see it. Okay. What I'll do in this analysis here is I'm looking at the total project cost is roughly $38 million. This is a carryover from the prior worksheet. And then in trying to calculate what the increment would be, because ultimately what our board looks at is a number of items, but return on investment is one, blight elimination. And this checks a lot of the boxes, because what we're looking out there is infrastructure in terms of the right-hand turn on the on South Frontage Road. There's we have to install utilities. We have to demolish buildings. There's soil stabilization. All of those amounted to, in the prior slide that you had there, was about $1,389,000. What my board looked at was they were comfortable, given a lot, and I'm taking a very long conversation, I'm squeezing it down, where they were comfortable with was a $1 million award for tax increment assistance. And in trying to calculate what that ROI might look like, just looking strictly at the numbers, is I took the total project cost here of $38 million. And then what I did is I took out some of the items in here that I thought wouldn't necessarily translate into additional taxable value. So when I did that, I took it down from 38 million down to around, 30 million. So roughly, just going through this exercise here, is the tax increment assistance that we are recommending is $1 million. The expected increase in taxable value, so I'm taking, this is the bricks and mortar total value that would go into it, and I'm roughly taking 80%. This is what we've done in prior exercises. And then coming up with a commercial tax rate and so on. So what you end up with is an annual tax increment of a little bit north of $300,000. And when you do if you use the rule of thumb that we use at the state level, that for every $1 million of increased in taxable value translates into roughly $13,000 of tax increment. If you were to do that calculation, the annual increment is actually $386,000 a year, but we're just, for the sake of conservancy, I'm using a little more than $300,000 in terms of the payback. And so considering all of this here, $1 million investment in this project to correct these deficiencies and to install the infrastructure for this opportunity, it pays itself back in a little bit more than 3 years. So that's what I wanted to emphasize with everybody. And if I'm being too quick here, because I know it's late, and I don't think people want to get into details at 10 o'clock at night, but I'm available for questions, so is Jeb and.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jim. We do not have a public hearing on this item, so we'll just jump right to questions for Jeb or Jim or Bennett or anybody else on staff. Council, do we have questions? Council, we'll start down here. Councilmember Shaw?
Yes, Your Honor, since we don't have a public hearing, I'm just going to put a motion on the table. We can still have questions and discussion, but then if anyone wants to make amendments, that they are welcome to do that. I move to approve the tax increment financing assistance from the SBIRD to Billings Logistics Center 1 LLC for public infrastructure, property condition mitigations for development, and demolition of abandoned infrastructures and structures located at 3218 and 3508 South Frontage Road up to $1 million as recommended by the SBIRD Board.
Second.
Here, lots of seconds. Councilmember Boyette first, so we'll put Councilmember Boyette as the second. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Shaw, did you want to speak to your motion?
I do. I wanted to say thank you to NAI, who I reached out to, and I know a number of us, and we were able to meet with the developer ahead of time, and that is very helpful, I think, to be able to get a chance to kind of ask some informal questions. I think the word you're looking for was the marathon loop, that's the one comment I made. He's trying to figure out how to finish the marathon loop. This is a missing link, big question mark. They were very excited about, if that ever happens, that there's that easement there. So I think this is a great project. Well, when it happens, thank you. And I anticipate that this will bring a number of jobs to Billings, which is very exciting. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Further comments, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some questions. Because, again, the marathon loop is going to go on the back of the building. The front of the building is going to look great from the freeway. Right now, we see too much industrial, I think, but this will be a nice, pleasant change. What is the back of the building going to look like to those on the future marathon trail?
Yeah, go ahead.
And Councilmember Neese, instead of using front and back, could you maybe say north or south or riverside or highway side?
Yeah, riverside of the.
Okay, and just to clarify, I don't know that we'll have a trail right away in both sides, so I'm not sure if it's determined where would be the official marathon loop. But there will be both a trail corridor on the highway side and on the riverside. But it's my understanding. But
Yes, sir. Yes,
Jeff,
sir. There will be let me figure out how to use this. There will be a multi-use path all the way along the front of here. So we'll be constructing that, and Mr. Torgerson, when he develops, will be continuing that along with Mr. Compton. This, I apologize, I should have said, as you can see with the 90, you have to tilt your head. North is this way and south is this way. So I apologize for tilting that and not telling everyone. The answer to Councilmember Neese's question is, if you can see, I'd have to zoom in, see that corner back there? It's going to look almost exactly the same as that. It may be slightly smaller. The reason for that is when you put tenants in these buildings, these buildings are designed to be demised to as small as 15 to 20,000 feet. So we could have multiple tenants in these buildings, and what you're going to see is lots of storefronts all along here. Okay. So we'll build a big nice corner here, a big nice corner here, and we'll put windows and on the elevations in the middle, it'll pop up. So there's a nice architectural feature. It's not going to be just corners and one long wall. It'll be a nice corner, and then something in the middle. And then to the extent, we'll put what they call knockout panels, which are panels that are designed to be just knocked out if people want to add glass all along the front. So you can see right there where it doesn't look like there's anything. You can't quite see it, but there will be little knockout designs there. And if you need to lease this into smaller spaces, you just knock out some of those panels, put in windows and doors, and bam, you have a nice storefront.
Nice.
And thank you, Jim, for mentioning. If I could, may I comment just on one more thing? There was a question about jobs. Buildings of this square footage typically generate around 200 to 250 jobs. It could be slightly less, could be a lot more. It all depends on the users that come in. But you should expect somewhere from 150 to 250 if I'm being conservative. So.
Mayor, I had one other question.
Go ahead.
And I don't think Wyeth understood my question when I asked it. So right now, the $1 million, Jim, when is that going to be paid? Is that going to be paid after the $38 million has been invested and these things are built? Or is
It's
that going to?
built, when it's completed.
Okay, so not when the groundwork is done?
No,
When the
when it's
fully is
done.
built? Okay, great. Thank you. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll speak to the. Go ahead. I think this is one of these TIF projects that I've looked for, where you can see it's really adding a lot of value to the city, both in jobs, both in payback. And these are the kind of things, the TIF types of projects I think the city needs. I think it's going to help catapult the city in a lot of different ways. And I hope this goes very well for the TPA group and hope to see them back, maybe looking at other projects around the city, maybe some of their other, in the Heights. Thank you. We do have a whole new corridor coming up through here, so you may want to take a look at that area. That's going to be very growing and developing. But yeah, I think it's great to see someone like you of your caliber coming across the country here into Billings. So thank you.
Thank you. We're excited to be here. And I'm going to say when this is successful, we look forward to doing phase 2 or 3 or 4.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris, you wanted to comment?
I'll be brief in the late hour, but agree with the statements, would encourage approval. Spending a few days driving around Phoenix last week, you see along the interstates, and I think ideally along our interstate, along our airport corridor, these kind of opportunities are what will secure us as a regional hub. And from my first days working here, it is an opportunity. I'm glad that I would encourage you to make sure we can take advantage of this. And this is points out an error of a partnership we tried very early on in my tenure. These tenants don't need to worry about water and sewer. They just want infrastructure taken care of. And that's a necessity to have these kind of developments. So I just encourage your approval, and hopefully this will be the first of several projects that continue to grow like this for Billings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further comments? Councilor Ripsis.
Mr. Breeze, welcome to town. We're glad you're here. Have you heard about our rec center we're trying to build?
I have not, but I would like to hear more.
All right. We'll be talking to you soon about that. Thank you.
If it approved and when we move forward, I think y'all will find TPA, we like to be good partners with the community. We like to have win-win situations, and so I think you'll find us to be good partners.
Well, that's great. So before Mr. Ripsis gets your ear, I just want you to know that where you're occupying land has real historical significance. And I was bending Matt Robinson's ear on this the other day, but in 1806, William Clark, half his crew is in the river right here. The other half is walking through your buildings. We know that because you still have their footsteps. No, not really. But farther down, just a couple properties down, the river bends north, and the city has a major access, recreational trail access there, but no money to develop that as a recreational area. But that's going to be an amazing amenity for everybody in your building, in all seriousness. So expect to knock on your door. Further discussion? Any further discussion? Councilmember Purington.
Well, I was excited to see this, and I really appreciate Jim sending my questions to you because I thought you did an excellent job of addressing all of my concerns. I just want to comment on your slide number 14. I can tell that someone from Georgia must have drawn that because I don't think we have that many trees along the Yellowstone. Maybe we do.
Yeah.
And we're not usually that green.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I appreciate. Yeah, we can. You might want to plant some trees along the way too. No, thank you very much. Appreciate your interest.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval, consistent with staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Council, what's your pleasure? Keep going? Well, Staff, again, we can keep going on item number 8, or if it's the desire of the majority, we could put it off. I assume there's no time significance. This is the appointment to the 4 different boards. Chris, is there any time urgency on this item that you know of?
There's not an urgency other than to say, I'm embarrassed to say we didn't jump on this in some previous lives. This is like meeting 1 or 2 after you're sworn in to get this taken care of. So I just would encourage you to get it done in the near future. There's nothing that says it has to happen tonight.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, we will proceed unless there's a motion to the contrary. Councilmember Purinton.
No, I would go ahead and just get it over with. But the point is that I know Big Sky EDA, they were looking forward to having a council member because they're getting ready to go through their priority setting. So I know that they're anxious to have someone on board.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and Gina, you can correct me, but we have the 4 different, no, I guess it's 5 different vacancies. On the first, the Big Sky Economic Development Board, Beartooth RC&D, Bright and Beautiful, Downtown Billings Partnership, and the Babcock Theater Board. And Councilmember Tricky earlier surround a sort of a list of who had expressed interest. You're by no means bound by that. There is no established procedure for filling these. But Robert's Rules of Order, based on what Gina sent around, or at least sent to me, would just suggest we, I guess, go through them in order and take nominations from the floor. And you can nominate yourself, you can nominate somebody else. If there's only one person nominated, well, then we'll appoint them by acclamation. If there are more than one, we will, in the order of their nomination, ask for a vote. If the first person to get a majority would then be awarded the lucrative, high-paying job. And if somebody didn't, we would just then go to the next person to see whether that person got a majority and proceed in that way. And the other issue that I would suggest is, first of all, is that procedure okay with the council? But also the term of these is not established unless there's something in an agreement with one of these boards that establishes the term. I think these are all ex officio positions. I guess my recommendation is, rather than making them terms for life, that we come back to this every year and make them a shorter time period, say 1 year, and then rotate more people through. But again, that's up to the council. But I guess I would recommend that if we do establish a specific term, that it be consistent. Just otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare to try to remember what the differences are between the different boards and groups. I'll throw it back to council. How would you like to proceed? Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, I think that's fine, but I think that with the list that I saw from Danny, there was only two, the Big Sky EDA and the Bright and Beautiful, that had more than one person wanted to be on the board. And so I think those are the only 2 we need to address, if I understand that correctly.
I didn't properly access it.
Oh. Okay, because I think we said last week, or it was a few weeks ago, to email you if it was going to be on there. So I was expecting to see a list of everyone on each of who was going to be wanted to be in each of the committees. So maybe if we don't have that list, maybe we should postpone this.
It's up to you, council. Some people put their names down on multiple places just because they probably wanted to have multiple options depending on what happened with another position. Councilmember Repsis, for example, is down on number, but I don't know what top priority would be, for example.
Actually, Councilmember Neese, we've been talking about this for a couple of months now, and Councilmember Chiriki, thank you. He put that spreadsheet together, and we've had multiple opportunities to kind of put our names out there. Yes, I did. I just kind of ranked them. I said, this is my first, second, third, fourth choice. as a newbie, I kind of figured everybody would be doing that, but that's just kind of what I did. It doesn't really matter, but I kind of think we already have the list because we've been talking about it for so long. If your name's not on Councilmember Tariki's list, I'm not really sure what we were waiting for.
Right, I agree.
But again, you're not bound by that, so if you want to remove your name or add it, you should feel free to do so. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That's kind of is a point, I think, that talking about term limits, and I know we've moved on from that discussion a little bit, but I think it's really important that if you're sitting on a board, you actually sit there for 2 years, because due to Christmas and this and that, there aren't always a lot of meetings. I don't know how often some of these meet, but not every board meets regularly and often. So you may not, in 1 year's time, have enough opportunity to really learn a lot about that board and be able to really be effective on the board. So I'm just throwing that out there. Depending on the complexity of some of these, you might, or how often they meet, you might need 2 years to dig in.
Okay, since that's sort of a preliminary matter, maybe some other comments on the length of this term, because that might influence people's interest in serving on a position or something like that. Councilmember Shaw?
I like the 2-year term. I agree. I think 1 year is too short. A 2-year term, at least for now, fits in well with our 4-year council cycle of that way. Ideally, every council member would get to be on 2 different boards or switch that out if we had more so that we were all sitting on them. But I think that's natural. And then we could do that on a regular, the January that we elect Mayor Pro Tem, you also do this.
Okay, so they would be on under your proposal, if I'm understanding correctly, 2 calendar years, January 1 to December 31st, with presumably this first one being a bit short since we're partway through the year. Is that what you're? So
yes, that's what I would suggest.
This term would go through the end of 2023. So that's a proposal. I see some nodding heads, some thumbs up. Anybody, Councilmember Joy?
Yeah, and I would like to add, the big Beartooth Resource Conservation and Development is a travel, so you will need to travel to that. Thank goodness for former council member Yakovich. She said, Denise, I don't think you should be out on the roads in the winter, so just a consideration.
Okay. Is there a consensus on that 2-year period, Councilmember Boyette?
I was going to ask another question.
Are we ready to move on from the term period issue? Councilmember Neese on that?
I like the 2-year period as well. I think it does fit in, right after the election. But my concern is having it right at that first meeting. There may or may not be enough understanding of what the boards are, and maybe we do it like the February or March of every year after the election. That's my only consideration. I just think but I don't want to leave the boards without, because if someone who goes off council, I don't want to leave the boards, open, but I think it may be too soon to do it that first business meeting of the year.
Okay. Probably nothing magical. It could be later in the year. It could be July 1st or something like that, just as long as it's a 2-year cycle. What do you think of July 1st? Too complicated. Councilmember Upsis?
I'm sorry, it leaves too long of a potential gap from November or January through July.
agree.
But I think a March would be plenty of time.
March 1.
March 1? Okay.
Can I just express
Councilmember Tariki, I recognize the Councilmember Rowan.
I would actually just tie it to I believe it's the assistant deputy mayor that we do in January. Mainly because, if we don't do it, at that point when the new council members come in, then there will be months where we do not have coverage of anyone who's, of any of the ones where the council members left. Am I making sense? Do you want me to try it again?
Yeah. No.
Say that one again. But it'd be the end of January? Is that?
Whenever we're doing the assistant deputy mayor, so we're just kind of doing all of those appointments kind of at the same time.
What is that date? Does anybody remember when that, Gina is looking up that.
The assistant.
But my concern about going later in the year is that, these things are going, so, if we don't select someone until July and somebody stepped off the council, they're not.
Okay. Gina, when is that date?
The date, well, sorry.
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem.
It's been a long night, I'm having a hard time
Yeah.
talking. It doesn't have a date, it's just at the first regular meeting following each city general election. That's when you elect the deputy mayor. Was that the question?
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, I believe, is what was proposed.
Oh, okay.
That was like the first mayor, or first one in January, or?
I think it is.
Yeah, I think we do deputy mayor in November and.
Am I missing it?
It's January.
Is it in their rules of procedure? Is it right there? There's the mayor.
Well, yeah, while they are, Councilmember Boyette.
So I was looking at the
Point of order. It was,
Excuse me, Councilmember Niesman.
you had asked.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, thank you very much. No. You're absolutely right. We got distracted. I got distracted.
I simply wanted to point out that I think we should do this in January. As a new member, I think council member orientation needs to start after the election. This can be a part of council member orientation, brief us, educate us in November, December, and be ready to make decisions in January. So that's all.
Okay. Chris, were you able to find
And
out?
I'll only add that Steve Arviskow is watching and reminded me that they do their orientation for new board members in January as well. So if we were to get it tackled right first thing in January, that would flow at least with one of those timelines. Thank you.
Okay. Gina, were you able to determine what that date is?
All three of us are reading this and seeing something different here. I believe it's the same at the first regular meeting. This is how it reads. At its first regular meeting of the year following each city general election, the city council shall elect by voice vote one of the council members as deputy mayor pro tempore.
Did that not say the first meeting of the year? Because we've always interpreted that
Yes.
as the first meeting of the calendar year in January.
Yes. It does say at its first regular meeting of the year following each city general election. So that interpretation, that makes
the
sense.
very first meeting of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, of the calendar year. Okay. I'm seeing people again nodding to make that, okay. Newbies will be, they won't have a clue what's going on, but that's okay. Councilor Boyd, you were done? You're good? Okay. Councilor Boyd.
So I was looking at two different spreadsheets. One has one person on it, and the other one's got three people on it. How many people can be on each one of these committees? Can 5?
No, just one. There's just one.
Okay.
Just one.
This is who's assigned right now.
Yeah. But I was hoping that this would be on there as well.
This is who's interested in.
Okay, if we have established a 2-year term beginning in January, this first one to be a little short, that issue, I think, is resolved. Yep. So shall we proceed then, just in order on our agenda? The first one up is Big Sky Economic Development Board. And I guess I'll open it up for nominations from the floor. Council Member Purington.
I had put my name down for Big Sky EDA, so that's one that I would be interested in.
Okay, other nominations. Councilmember Rupsis.
Yes, there were 3 of us that had put our name on Councilmember Chiriki's for Big Sky EDA. Councilmember Chiriki, Councilmember Purington, and myself. So I'd place all 3 of us in nomination.
I'm assuming that is A-OK. With your consent, obviously. Any other nominations for Big Sky Economic Development Board? Okay, we'll proceed then. My understanding is it's the order of the nomination. Councilmember Purington was first. Councilmember Rupsis, you made the joint ones. Councilmember Chiriki was second, or were you the second? Okay. Okay. Yeah, which I appreciate. Okay, so this is a process I hate, so we'll just, that would be handy. Okay, we'll just ask for a show of hands. First for Councilmember Purington. Voting in favor of Councilmember Purington, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that may have resolved it. Again, voting in favor, just so we had a clear record. Cole, Neese, Owen, Tidswell, and Purington, and Boyette. Okay. That's one down. Council, Beartooth Resource Conservation and Development. Do we have nominations?
Tom Repsis has got his name on it.
On the list, but again, things may change. So who do we have any nominations for Beartooth RC and D?
I nominate Tom.
He has to accept.
Well, that was my third choice. I'd prefer to do Downtown Billings Partnership if nobody else wanted that one.
Who else is on this?
I was the only one for either one of those.
Okay.
I would do both if nobody else is interested in either one of them, but if there's a preference, I'd prefer the Downtown Billings.
Okay, so I'm hearing Councilmember Ripsis declining on that unless it remains vacant, in which case we would come back to it, I guess. So do we have any nominations for Beartooth RC and D?
I'll do it.
Councilmember Treaky, any further nominations? If not, I will declare Councilmember Treaky approved by acclamation. Same pay, however. Okay, next one is Bright and Beautiful. Councilmember Shaw, your name was on the list. Bright and Beautiful. Any other nominations? Any other nominations, Bright and Beautiful? Going once, going twice. If not, Councilmember Shaw will be appointed to that by acclamation. Downtown Billings Partnership, Councilmember Repsis, you said that you were interested in that. Any other nominations? Councilmember Gulick. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wanted to clarify, this is an ex officio position with the DBA, so the council member is not involved with voting on any particular thing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are they all that way? Are they all ex officio? I don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are.
We think so? Okay. Okay. Councilmember Shaw?
I just had a process question. Since we only have 2 nominees, perhaps we could just affirmatively say a name instead of having to go through the process of voting against someone.
Sure.
Just a suggestion.
Okay. And so we'll just, I'll start somewhere and we'll just name your choice, I guess. Councilmember Neese?
Just because someone doesn't get elected to the board doesn't mean they can't attend these meetings and participate as far as much as they can. Okay. Thank you.
Very good point. Sometimes people who aren't the official representative are actually more significant or more knowledgeable, more involved. Councilmember Joy?
I would absolutely say that that is so very important, that all of us as council members try to get to different boards. These are people, ordinary citizens who are trying their best to give us advice and to participate in local government. And gosh, attend them as many as you can. They're really fun and they're very informative. Thank you.
Thank you. On that point, Chris, I don't want to put more things on staff to do, but so don't say yes or no to this, but I've often thought that it would be really nice to have a monthly calendar of city events, and with city boards being kind of first and center on that, just so that every month you could kind of go through, and you drive yourself crazy if you try to go to them all. but you can sort of see the benefit. Otherwise, you kind of have to keep track, and it gets pretty complicated. So I'll just throw that out. I'm sorry?
I think there is a master calendar.
There's a master calendar
On the website? Can you print that and just kind of, and is it pretty complete? I mean, does it actually have all these boards? I know there is a calendar, but I just wasn't sure how complete it is, so. Okay. It does have them.
It does have them on there, but it's difficult to really pull them up, and it's practically, I have not figured it out for the years I've been here to where I can get it put on my calendar. You can. There's some process you have to download it, but I use Google Calendar and not the city calendar.
But it's at least in one place, so you don't have to click literally 20 different organizations.
You have to kind of click to a lot of different.
You got to click on 20 different organizations? Yeah. It's not on the city website then. I'm thinking one place where you could see, it's Tuesday night.
Councilwoman Owens figured out, she figured out how to do it, and she'll have to train us in a work session.
Okay, it is there. Councilmember Owen, our IT guru, will give us a lesson on how to do that. Okay, back to the Downtown Billings Partnership. Councilmembers Ripsis and Gulick are in the nominations. No other nominees, correct? So per Councilmember Shaw's suggestion, we'll just start Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Shaw.
Gulick.
Councilmember Gulick.
Gulick.
Councilmember Bernice.
This is for the downtown. It was between Rupsis and Ulick?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rupsis.
Okay, Councilmember Owen.
Rupsis.
Councilmember Joy.
Gulick.
Councilmember Tricky.
Rupsis.
Councilmember Tidswell.
Rupsis.
Councilmember Purington. Councilmember whatever your name is, Boyette. Okay, and Tom, you vote for yourself? Yeah, and doesn't matter who I vote for. Councilmember Rupsis has it. I'll say Councilmember Rupsis for the record. So that's Downtown Billings Partnership. And then lastly, Babcock Theater Board, which is, I don't know, it has a regular schedule. And actually, there's no board. I mean, the Art House manages it. So, Kevin, at one point you were very involved with the downtown, or with the Babcock. Is this sort of an ad hoc group rather than a real board? And can you clarify what that item is? And the city owns the Babcock Theater, not the building, but the theater.
Yes, so Mayor and Council, I believe it is an ad hoc committee, and it's basically for budgetary type decisions that might come up, with our relationship in the lease with Art House Cinema. And then, yeah, we meet as needed, and I don't think we've had to meet for the last 2 years, if I recall correctly.
Might be time to have a meeting. If only a status meeting periodically would probably be good. Yeah, by the building, Councilor Boyette, I meant the apartments and the rest other than the theater. So, okay, so there is a group nominations for that. Councilmember Tricky.
Councilmember Chitzwell.
I accept his nomination.
Okay. Others. Yeah, to everything. Councilmember Boyette.
I watched Ben Hur when it first came out in the first row of the Babcock. Walked up my name.
Really? Yeah, and they have your name on it still. Anybody else, the Babcock group? We'll call it the group. Okay. We'll follow the same procedure. Councilmember Shaw, do you mind starting us?
For Boyette.
Councilmember Gillick. The Babcock ad hoc group, hoping they'll actually have a meeting. Councilmember Neese.
Tiswell.
Councilmember Owen.
Boyette.
Councilmember Joy.
Boyette.
Councilmember Tricky.
Tidswell.
Councilmember Tidswell.
Boyette.
Councilmember Purington.
Boyette.
Councilmember Boyette. Councilmember Ripsis. Oh, no. That means that you're forcing it to me. Yeah, okay. Okay, Councilmember Tiswell, you have this great honor. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Okay, we are, believe it or not, we are not done with our meeting, but we're close. Yeah, we still need public comment on non-agenda items. Got to find my copy of my agenda. Yeah, public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody here who wants to tell us where to go? I don't think so. So we'll close public comment on non-agenda items. No. And council initiatives. Oh, this better be good.
I am going to make this really quick. Thank you, Mayor. I couldn't say anything during the CBDG conversation today, but I was very intrigued by the affordable housing discussion. And I want to put everybody on notice that I will be bringing an initiative in 2 weeks related to affordable housing. The Parks Board a year ago passed an effort or a recommendation that council considered gifting the Landman Park and other potential parkland to Homefront for development. I'm going to bring forward an initiative in 2 weeks to ask the city to produce a list of all city-owned properties that are undeveloped right now that could potentially be used as housing projects. If you notice on page 17 of the CBDG report, it says City of Billings does not have plans to use publicly owned land to address needs identified in the consolidated plan. It's not required to do so. We're not required to do so, but we certainly have the opportunity, and I'd like to bring that forward. I want to thank Councilmember Owen and Councilmember Cheeky for already expressing interest in helping with this initiative. If anybody else has any comments that they'd like to include in that, please contact me or one of them, and we'll bring this forward in 2 weeks.
Thank you very much, Councilor Representative. The only thing I'd say is I still have a pretty good database of parks. I headed up the committee that looked at disposition of community parks almost 10 years ago at this point, and or maybe 7 years ago. So we've got a list. Frankly, you might be a little disappointed, but okay. All right, very good. Anything else in the way of council initiatives? Then we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody, and thank you for your patience.